Right. I might just try to get us started. So, I can see a couple of recalcitrants up there still talking. I can see a couple of recalcitrant people up there still talking. They're not unexpected, but we might get started. So welcome to Southern Adelaide Research Week. It's pretty exciting for us. This is a great moment. We get to show off a whole lot of work that's been done by lots of people over the week. But just as we start, I'm going to welcome Jamie Goldsmith, who helped us with the Welcome to Country. So thanks so much, Jamie.
Namani ngai nyari nyungna karmero ngai tanang nyungko kana miniata ngai kana nanga kana tanang nyinga nanga pukiana adro mani ne punne kana yata ngai chalya. Greetings, my name is Jamie. My English name is Jamie, but my proper name is Nyungna, and I am Ghana from the Adelaide Plains area, but my family is also Naranga from the York Peninsula area. In my language, we haven't got a word that literally translates to welcome. So what I said is mani napurni. It's good that you are here. Okay, and today I just started thinking about this event. I think it was late last week. It was decided that I was going to be coming to do this event, and so I haven't put a lot of thought into how do I talk about this event that's happening at the moment, this research week. And so only 5 minutes before now, only about 5 or 10 minutes ago, I Googled the etymology for the word research, and I was, well, how do I speak on research? But on the sign behind us, it talks about acknowledging the relationships and the past to look towards the future. And I think one of the most, iconic relationships that was formed in this part of the country, I think one of the most important in order for us as Ghana people to maintain our language was the relationship between two German missionaries named Tychelman and Sherman, and the time they spent with some of our ancestors, and the time they spent together, Tychelman and Sherman, researching the Ghana language. But not only were they able to document our word lists, because they were linguists, they were also able to document our grammar, which has made it possible for us today to reclaim and re-strengthen our language. And that's one of the important roles that they played through that relationship. And then relationships, our word, even today, that we use for non-Aboriginal people is still gunya. And gunya comes from the ancestors, the dead people. Our people seen these ships come from the direction of Kangaroo Island. Kangaroo Island to us in our language, we call it Kara. And that's the spirit place. That's I guess, our equivalent to what people would refer to now as heaven. And so we've always known that's where our loved ones go when they pass away. So when them ships come from that direction, they were considered gunya. So they weren't considered to be people from another place or area or time. They were considered to be our own people that had come back. And so there was very many, positive, relationships that were formed around that time because of that understanding, and the research that was done around that time have made it very possible for us to reclaim our language now, and our language is now being used all around the country. We go through Tandanyanga. I think most people know Tandaganyaga or Tandanyanga as it's known now, or some people know the old term Victoria Square. But I guess by understanding some of that language, it's important for not just us Ghana people, but every Australian, because understanding some of the original language gives us a stronger idea, a stronger understanding of the country that we live in. So, for example, we have places like Onkaparinga. You heard of Onkaparinga? Yeah. Well, originally it's pronounced Nyanki Paringa, and Nyanki means females, Pari means river, and Unga means it's a place. So just by knowing the language, you know that is a significant site for females. And that's not just limited to the Adelaide Plains area and the Ghana area. Wherever we go, when we cross different states, even in different countries, I've been through Wollongong, Wangaratta, Wagga Wagga, in Minnesota, I think they had 10,000 lakes, I think it was. And they had a different name for each one of those lakes. And each one of those names gives you an indication and an understanding of the people that live in that area, of the use of that area as well. So I think understanding that and being in an area where our language, the Kaurna language, is coming back very strong, I think it's important for all of us to have an understanding of that language, because, like I said, it's not just a part of Aboriginal culture or Kaurna culture. It is part of every Australian's heritage, whether you've been here for 40,000 years or 45 minutes. Also, in my language, just like there's no word for welcome, there's no word for goodbye. Goodbye is very final. It's almost that you'd say to somebody that you don't like, goodbye. It's almost rough. We don't have a word that means goodbye. What we say is until we meet again. But we don't say it in English, because English has been here only for about 45 minutes as well, only for a very small amount of time. And in English, we use 4 or 5 words to say all of that. In Kaurna, we have one word that says all of that, and that one word is nakara. So thank you all very much for having me here today. I'm sorry I won't be able to stick around. I've got a few other appointments that I've got to go to. But until we meet again, nakara. Thank you.
So thank you, Jamie. I would like to express, my well-being and wishes and welcome to Kaurna country as well, but Jamie's done it so well for us. We have a lot of people here today that I need to acknowledge. I want to acknowledge our MPs. So we have Louise Miller-Frost. Thank you for coming. Erin Thompson and Catherine Hutchison, both local MPs, so thank you both. Jonathan Craig is going to speak. Mark Butcher, our board chair, is here. Jenny Richter from our board, other members of the board as well. Philip Dortel, who's precinct director for Tonsley, is going to speak as well today. And I think a number of other people here as well. So thank you very much for supporting this. Today's session, I think we probably packed it a little bit tight, but we will get into that shortly. And just before we do commence, I just want to acknowledge the hard work that everybody in our research hub has done. I particularly want to acknowledge Lauren and Simon, but the whole team has put this together. But it's not our research week, it's your research week. We changed what we've done this year and involved our divisions, our clinical divisions, our divisions of nursing and allied health, and they have all contributed to and made the research week, and you'll see it as you go through this, that they have crafted sessions as well as other free paper sessions as well. All of that has been done with the help from people who've helped sponsor us, so Flinders Foundation, Hospital Research Foundation, thank you very much. We couldn't have done this without you either. It's been, we think this is probably the best program we've put on, but let's see what the rest of the week looks like. So without any further ado, I'm going to welcome Louise Miller-Frost to say a few words. So thank you so much, Louise.
Thank you, and it's a real pleasure to be here. I'd also like to start by acknowledging that we are on the lands of the Kaurna people, and thank Jamie, who I think has gone, for his very kind welcome. I love coming back to the health sector. That's actually my background. I was a general manager in what was then Central Northern Adelaide Health Service. Those of you who've been around know exactly where that dates me. And I ran a number of the primary health care services across the northern suburbs, including some of the more innovative things around the out-of-hospital services, trying to bring services out into the community. We all know that the health sector budget is under enormous strain. We are an ageing population, but research is really an option for us to look at more effective, more cost-effective, but more actual effective health services so that we can live the lives that we want. Certainly primary health care and public health is one of the things that I particularly value about this country, that we can actually have a health sector where you don't go broke getting the health that you need. And this is a really important part of that. Certainly acknowledge my friend Philip from Tonsley. The Tonsley precinct, if you haven't been across there, is a fantastic opportunity for some of the research to be translated into services, industries going forward. And if you're not aware of it, the National Reconstruction Fund, which is a federal government election commitment, has now been set up. We had their first board meeting, I think it was last week. If it's not, it might be this week. And one of the priority areas for the National Reconstruction Fund is health and medical research. So if you are looking at something that you want to take into the future as an actual industry, as something we can build onshore, and that's what the Reconstruction Fund is about. It's actually about restarting manufacturing, restarting industry onshore in Australia, then please have a look at the National Reconstruction Fund. We're very keen to make this absolute cutting edge so that we in Australia have not only the best health system and the best health services and products, but also we can export them around the world and make that an industry that Australia is renowned for. Thank you very much. I'm really looking forward to it. I unfortunately also can't stay terribly long, but I've been told I can go online and have a look, so I'll certainly be doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise, and I hope you can join us. I think it's a great week as we go forward. So a few things that would be, I hope will take your interest. I was negligent before. We have a few apologies that I need to come to today. Our SALHN CEO is unwell today. She sends her apologies to us. Rob Saint is unable to be here. He sends his apologies, and Minister Chris Picton, Minister for Health, sends his apologies today. I think there's a cabinet meeting today, but Erin Thompson, who's our MP for Davenport, just very local to here, is going to say a few words as well. So thanks so much, Erin.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to be here today to help celebrate the opening of SALHN Research Week 2023. I'd also like to acknowledge and thank Jamie, who I know has had to run out the door, but for that beautiful welcome to country, and also acknowledge that we're meeting on Kaurna land today and pay my respects to our elders, past, present and emerging. There's a huge list of people to acknowledge, so I won't go through them all because I'm sure that they'll be mentioned many times today. But there are a lot of important people here in the room today. It actually makes me feel slightly nervous when I walk into a room like this, because I can see lots of people looking at me like, when are you going to fund this project and this project and this project and this project? But you're doing some pretty incredible work here, so I'm really honoured to be in this room today and part of the event, but also particularly representing the Premier and Minister for Health, Chris Picton, who sadly were unable to be here today, but have asked me to pass on their well wishes for the event ahead. The South Australian Government is committed to improving the delivery of health and medical research outcomes in this stage. Now, our government knows that health and medical research not only fosters innovation and improvements in health outcomes, but also helps to create an exciting and thriving environment to attract the best and brightest clinicians, many of which I know are in this room today. The work that our researchers and clinicians do into studying and developing new therapies, treatments and practices is incredibly important, and we can't underestimate the impact it has not only on the patients receiving the care and the treatment, but the hospitals and the healthcare system overall. I know that the Minister for Health and Wellbeing strongly supports embedding research and innovation as core functions across the health system, with development of a world-class research active health workforce. Now, I know, Professor Craig, I know you'd be sitting there thinking, yeah, show us the money, please. He did last time I was here. But I do hear you, and I'm advocating for this work. Our government has recently released the South Australian Health and Medical Research Strategy Green Paper for consultation to help inform the development of health and medical research to help inform the strategy for health and medical research. And this will be the state's first ever health and medical research strategy, and will strengthen how innovative research can be used to support improved health, social and economic outcomes for the benefit of our state. So I'm honoured to be here today to recognise the important role that research does play in optimising effective and efficient healthcare outcomes for our southern community. And it's a particularly exciting time for the South when it comes to health. It's particularly exciting to see the medical research building going up, and we see it every day when we drive to work, and it just creates this feeling of excitement. But just over the past few days even, Friday I was at the Noarlunga Hospital where we were, with many of you that are here today, where we were launching the upgrade renal clinic. And that's part of a $74 million upgrade that's happening there at Noarlunga Hospital. The biggest investment ever on that site, and will increase the bed numbers there by 50%. Yesterday we were announcing another one of the 10 new ambulance stations that's being launched across the state, this time on Dawes Road at the Repat. And I'm frequently here at the Flinders Medical Centre discussing the delivery of the $400 million upgrade. Again, an investment that we've never seen here at that site. And I know we were having some conversations before that $400 million is nowhere near enough to do all of the amazing things that you want to do. But it's really exciting that we're able to see so much investment here in the South and so much investment here at Flinders Medical Centre, which will see 160 more hospital beds established here in the South. So I know that our southern community is very excited that they'll be getting access to such quality healthcare. I really just wanted to pass on apologies from the Premier and Minister today and wish you all the best for this week. I know that you have an incredibly exciting week ahead, and like I have for the last couple of years before this one, I'll be logging on online, like I know that my parliamentary colleagues will be also. So we wish you all the best, and please don't hesitate to reach out to us to keep these conversations alive about what it is that you need and what's not already funded. I'm looking at you. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you, Erin. I think we will remain with uncapped vistas based on all of that. That's wonderful. It's my pleasure now, really, to introduce the next section, which we're trying to work out what to call this, but we've ended up calling it the 3 Ps: people, place, and productivity. What's the glue? So, if you remember, a couple of years ago, we had the Productivity Commission. Adrian Temple was here representing Productivity Commission, talking about the SAPC report. And part of the SAPC report was talking about, was it people, was it buildings, what was it that we needed to do across South Australia to move ourselves forwards. And so this is sort of a bit of a follow-up. I think it's a bit of a lift-up. It also is a bit of temperature taking for us. There's been, I was talking to somebody before, there's been a smouldering flame in the south here. I think it's a very strong flame with a lot of history and location, important things there, but we're hoping that we can just keep that burning along a little bit faster at the moment. So that's our section here, 3 Ps, people, place, productivity. What's the glue? So on that basis, I'm very pleased to invite Jonathan Craig. Jonathan is the Vice President, Executive Dean, Matthew Flinders Distinguished Professor, College of Medicine and Public Health. So Jonathan arrived here 5 years ago? It doesn't feel like it, Jonathan, but with an enormous...
Feels like a lifetime ago.
Well, it feels like a lifetime to me too, but I don't have a chance to tell you, what a wonderful researcher, what great contributions Jonathan has made, and we stood in awe as you came and started with us, and we're pleased to have you on stage. So thanks so much.
Thank you. So thank you very much, Andrew, for the invitation. I'd like to also acknowledge Jamie's wonderful welcome to country and acknowledge that we are indeed on Kaurna land. And thank you to members for being here, and not only for being here, but also for your enthusiastic and authentic advocacy of care and health and research that happens on this precinct. It's not taken for granted, but it's much appreciated. So I'm going to talk a little bit about a few things. But firstly, I'd like to thank a lot of people in the room, particularly our staff, who deliver. I'm speaking really on your behalf. It's really your research, it's really your education that drives this, but also acknowledge SALHN staff members and leadership, to acknowledge that actually this is a partnership that goes back 50 odd years, and it's not taken for granted, it's much appreciated. And every day goes by where I hear countless examples of how the partnership comes together in all sorts of projects and people to make a difference to the lives not only of people who live in the south, but across Australia and internationally. So if you take nothing away from this, it's the recognition on behalf of the university that we are deeply grateful that you continue to contribute in a very meaningful way to this partnership. So why are we partners? We're partners because whether we're university or hospital, we are here because we're agencies for public good. That's entirely what we exist for. We are primarily here to make the community better. How we achieve those aims is somewhat different. For you, it's about clinical care, but for us, it's around education and research. That transforms lives for the people. And the lives of the people, as you know, are heterogeneous. They bring a whole lot of lived experiences. Some are, to add a fourth P, some are more privileged than others. But one of the things that I feel particularly strongly about this campus is the notion of equity, and that whether we're a healthcare partner or an education partner, we're primarily here to build greater equity. That research, education and clinical care are all provided by people, and sometimes our people are your people, and vice versa. And finally, the partnership is strong, but absolutely could be stronger and should be stronger. And why? Because it's all about the communities that we serve. So I'm going to talk very briefly about a performance update, challenges, opportunity and future together. And I want to thank my boss, Colin Sterling. It's not often actually you get to utilise your boss's slides and have it written for you. So Colin, thank you very much for that. So institutional performance, I'm going to go through this relatively quickly in the interest of time. So you would have seen this graph. So for those of you who are numbers nerds, you'll see that the y-axis doesn't start at 0, but starts at 40. And you can see quite a dramatic increase in terms of the research output, as evidenced by income coming into the university, where effectively it's gone from a very stable 50 million back to 110 million. So when I hear, as some of you will do, about the glory days of the 50 years and the origins of the partnership, etc., that's all true, but this research performance with respect to research outcome is the best that it's ever been. I've provided some comparative figures in terms of Adelaide, Uni SA and Uni Melbourne to give you a sense. We did start off from a low base, but you can see the trajectory is quite extraordinary. The other very good thing is that this trajectory is shared across colleges. So I am conscious that I'm speaking on behalf of the university to some extent, and I want to pay credit particularly to nursing and health sciences, and I note that Alison Kitson's in the room and Rebecca Golly, where you can see that in proportional terms that they really have been the leader with respect to the research income, particularly around a massive grant to do with aged care provision. So this has been consistent across all of the colleges. Where does this position us across all of the higher education institutions across the country? This is a league table. On the left-hand side, you can see Uni of Melbourne is at the top, about 600 million. This is a lot of money, right? This is a lot of mostly public income that goes into higher education. Interestingly, Monash is about to overwhelm Uni Melbourne in the next year or two. That historically is where we've been sort of middle of the pack, but certainly I think doesn't reflect our ambition for research impact. Now, it's not that money's everything, but it's very difficult to do research as it provides clinical care unless you actually have got the money to employ people and do the work. If we then superimpose our research income for 2022 and we get rid of the G08, as Colin says, which he'd quite like to do a lot of the time anyway, then we're positioned there, which is essentially the next tranche of research income. What about in terms of efficiency? These are using our 2022 data, and if you consider that we've got about 110 million coming in for 2022 as a proportion of the total income, which is around 550 million or so, you can see it's about 20%, which is getting up there in terms of the relative income. Universities really have only two sources of income. One is the educational portfolios and offerings, and second is research. So that puts us pretty close to the G08 in terms of our income. What about education? And again, one of the things that I am very proud of as an institution is that, yeah, we're all about research performance, but it's also got to be about the student experience. And as you can see, there are a number of domains that we're doing okay. In terms of educational number of students, you can see that's where we're positioned in the red. So we're a relatively small institution on a national scale. This includes both international and domestic. And you can see some institutions such as Monash are very large institutions, about 90,000 students. I'm going to skip that. In terms of finances, this is 2022 results. This is all publicly available, and indeed was from the Financial Review. Universities as a whole are struggling with headwinds due to a number of factors that we'll see a little bit later. You can see by and large they lost money in 2022. Flinders, there was a small, I hesitate to say the word profit. Mark, I'm sure you can come up with an alternative. It's not really a profit. But a favourable result of a surplus, let's say, of 17 million. Okay, so that's context. What about challenges and opportunities? This is one. So in the context of really 140% growth in research, this is the proportional income coming into universities from the Commonwealth Government in relation to research. The issue, of course, we might get a grant, you might get a grant for 100,000, but the true cost of the grant is probably closer to 120 or 140,000. So how can we, as an institution, support the full cost? Traditionally, through the block grant, we've received Commonwealth support, but you can see that over time that has reduced, essentially halved over the last 20 years. Part of the reason for that is the increase in MRFF funding, which, as you know, is about 700 million. That the increase in block grant funding has not gone up the proportional amount. This means that universities' researchers have got to pay more and more research to compensate for this deficit. So how do we sustain research growth? I've shown you the data that is widening the gap between the true costs of research. The member for Davenport, thank you very much, also raised the issue about the query around prioritisation for health and research funding in South Australia. I know many of you talk to your colleagues in other jurisdictions. You hear of hundreds of millions of dollars going into Victoria, Queensland, WA, that state government supports recognising the criticality of research. As an example here of our total research income of 110 million, 21% comes from so-called Category 2 income, which is other government support. I've provided you comparative data from universities that bring in a similar amount of income, and you can see that irrespective of whether they're Victoria, WA, New South Wales, Queensland or Tasmania, the proportional income from Category 2 you can see varies, but is typically around double. So thank you for raising this, because this does continue to be an ongoing issue. Third is a lack of concomitant growth in education, which is required for us to subsidise research. reliance on international students. Fourth is the relative value of research and education versus clinical care. On average, for similar comparative positions, the remuneration provided by the healthcare sector is probably double that provided in the university sector. So this demonstrates to the future workforce what value the community values with respect to research and education versus clinical care. And then finally, the clinician researcher pipeline. We would absolutely want to ensure that the best and brightest pursue clinician academic workforce careers and stay in the state. It's a competitive environment, and sadly it does seem that we're getting a brain drain, particularly to the eastern states. Then we have to be honest about some public or government perceptions of universities. This anti-science sentiment exacerbated by COVID-19. The kind of out-of-touch elites, you would have seen even in the last 24 hours, discussion about this notion of colonisation, that it really wasn't an issue for the day-to-day Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander people, but this is really a construct of the elites that belong to universities. That we're just another big driven, profit-driven big business research that's not aligned with the national interest, sorry, and that our research is not student-centred. So as a higher education institution, we have to be recognised that this is the context in which we're operating. We might disagree, but that's part of the sentiment. And finally, we have to develop the future workforce. We do everything that we can to ensure that on graduation, we think we've got work-ready graduates. The challenge is, in the context of health, doctors, allied health, nursing, there's another 10 to 15 years of education that's provided. And the question is whether a clinically focused environment that prioritises patient care provides the optimal educational environment for our future workforce. So what's our future together? Well, hopefully there is a future together. There is. And what might it look like? So we've got relative sizes. SALHN's got about 900,000, I wish. 9,000, 1.4 billion. We've got about 3,000 operate, depending on where we are, about 550 million. There is clear intersection, and I've given you some 4 examples of where there is clear intersection. Workforce development and planning, innovative service delivery, aligned with a lot of these 4 fields of inquiry, research support and infrastructure. So I was thinking about what's the place, where could I find some sort of vision for the future that is beautifully encapsulated, not only but in text but also visually. And I could go no better, no farther than your own SALHN strategic plan 2023 to 27, which I think is a beautiful construct. All I would suggest is where you've got exceptional care, we would add research and education, and pretty much you could align the two. If we add research and education to care, such as vision, striving for exceptional care, research and education, then that's a joint vision for both institutions in terms of the health sector at least. But then also when we come to purpose, in particular around working together to improve health and well-being for the communities we serve, the reality is that for you to provide the clinical care that you want to do for optimal care, embedded in that, implicit in that, is 4 fields of inquiry. It is developing the next generation. It is research. You cannot do that. You cannot continue to treat people for the same way that you do for the next 20 years. We need to make explicit that research and education is absolutely critical to you to achieving that vision, and that's where we as an institution are committed to support you. Thank you, Andrew. not infectious, by the way.
Well, very important. We've got people, though. Thanks so much, Jonathan. Thank you. We're going to keep going on this theme. I'm very pleased that I can now introduce Mike Gregory, who's the Vice President of Corporate and Chief Operating Officer of Flinders. I had the pleasure of Mark ringing me up and talking to us about a trip that I couldn't go on. I think Simon went on this trip to have a look at what's happening in other places, and I found it an enlightening conversation. So I think we're very pleased to have you here, Mark, and give us some ideas about some of the structural things that are happening.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to focus on place and opportunity in just a second, but first let me acknowledge that also that we meet today on the lands of the Kaurna people, and I think Jamie gave us a great introduction there and welcome. So thank you for having me. I'm going to show you just one slide. Jonathan's kind of covered all the good graphs and stuff. I'm just going to talk about place today and deep dive on that a little bit. I think you've got a really exciting week ahead here. You've got a really exciting schedule. I just saw the AI in orthopedic surgery. I think I'm up for some orthopedic surgery myself, and so I'm wondering what AI can do for me. And will it save me a buck or some recovery time? And so I hope I can catch a couple of the things that go on here through the week. My schedule says Friday's the day, and so hopefully there's good stuff going on then. I want to talk about our future more broadly and the future of place here. And the diagram that I've got up here is effectively the physical area that we're in, the precinct that we're in. And I don't think I've got a laser pointer on here. I'll see if I do. I do. Great. Let's make it easy. The hospital is here. These buildings, you're wondering what buildings are those? They're not there. This is a future plan. And this is where the new Health and Medical Research Building is going up. All right. And so the Health and Medical Research Building will be here on April 15th. We'll be using it, and we'll be welcoming hopefully all of you to a nice big party there. And you'll be checking out spaces that many of you will be working in. How many people, just out of curiosity, know that they'll be working there in the future? It's a good number of you, and so we'll definitely have a good party when we get to the point of opening that. The Health and Medical Research Building is the first in a precinct that Flinders is planning that is shaped like this, wrapped around here. And this is a fantastic opportunity for both the university and for the hospital to develop over time. The precinct has significant space. The university bought this into freehold. We actually had most of this land in our own use, our right to use for university purposes. But what we wanted to do is make it possible to partner with anybody, commercial, government, hospital, anybody. And so we bought the land into freehold so that we owned it and we could control how it would work. That actually has helped us finance the HMRB building. We got a number of private investors and equity into that building that we couldn't have done without the model that we have. But what it means is we also have all these other developable sites over time. And really, when I say over time, this could be 10 years, 20 years that it takes us to build this out. But we have the opportunity to build a precinct. And at the same time, as we heard earlier, the hospital is right in the middle of reinvesting in itself and conducting planning, a $400 million investment on the cards, and ultimately, I think, very much longer range planning than that. Well, it turns out the university is simultaneously doing campus planning. We're looking across the entire university and thinking what it looks like over the next 20 to 30 years. And all of you are probably thinking, well, hopefully you're planning together. And the fact is we are planning together. We're talking quite a bit, and I've been meeting with some colleagues from SALHN to talk about how we can do things together and do things in intelligent and careful ways, make the best use of our infrastructure. But just to complete the vision of what's here, this next building, and I'm going to say this very clearly for our political colleagues who are here, this next building doesn't yet exist. This is our Care Nexus building. That is the future of our College of Nursing and Health Sciences. And the opportunity is to build a building there that would replace the 50-year-old buildings that are on this very large piece of land here, this Sturt piece of land, about 4 or 5 hectares there. A single building with modern facilities could be the center of all the care, teaching, and research that we do, and would also then open all this up to be developed, very likely as housing, which the community very desperately needs. And when I say housing, I'm talking, I think the great opportunity here would be in workforce housing so that we can employ the people that work at the university, or house the people that work at the university and at the hospital, of which Jonathan mentioned is roughly about 13,000. I think, if you combine us. So you have 13,000 people here, and they're all going out to find housing somewhere. We could build a significant amount right here if we can build this building. So great opportunity in the coming years. So we'll have more conversations about that. But the rest of this precinct can become something very much like we're going to hear about the Tonsley precinct from Philip in just a second. But we have the opportunity to build a precinct here that could contain a number of things that we don't have today immediately here. To give you some examples, we could be bringing in commercial research partners that do work with us, maybe clinical trials and other things. We could conceivably bring in aged care hotels or other care facilities that we put here on the campus, and then we can interact with them in a variety of ways. There could be expansion of the hospital over time that ends up on that land, and then things that are a little bit more mundane, like amenities like food and parking and other things that we might put in this area as well. So there's plenty of potential. These are all building sites, and that, if that is the scale of the HMRB, it gives you a sense of what the building sites are. We want to preserve these ovals over time. That's part of the community and, of course, part of the university. We want to preserve that oval as well to keep that sports and that activity going. And then all of this over here is a plan for future student housing. And that could potentially have 2,200 beds of student housing in it. We right now have 560 beds right here. And this would be 2,200 additional beds of student housing. So opportunity for significant growth, as Jonathan's slides indicated. In order for the university to continue to grow research, we have to continue to grow teaching. And so in order to do that, we've got to have a place to put our students. We have a plan for all this. The plan is well on the way. And the challenge, of course, will be how to get all this to start. Now, just really quickly on precincts. Precincts can be a little bit slow at times to develop. Tonsley is an example of a precinct that's probably, what, 80, 85% developed now? But it did take 10, 15 years for that to happen. The reason that it takes a bit of time for a precinct to develop is I think there's a bit of a chicken and egg challenge, right? In order for somebody to want to come here and put a building here, they have to know that there's a use. And in order for there to be a use, you as researchers need to be doing wonderful and fantastic things that demand additional facilities and infrastructure. When you start doing that, maybe a developer will come along and build that, but everybody's kind of hesitant. In order to break that logjam, the university is getting in building things like the HMRB and we hope Nexus to get this thing kick-started, and then it's our hope that the private sector will also come in. I did have a conversation the other day with a private sector party and said, would you come out here and build some housing right here? They said, no, it's better to build it in Sydney and Melbourne. And there's not enough going on there yet. Right? And so that's the challenge. We've got to get over that chicken and egg problem a little bit. But I think we can, and it's something that we all need to work on. And so what I want to do is kind of close just by asking you all. We are already partners, as Jonathan mentioned, for 50 years. There's a lot of great interactive research going on between the hospital and the university now. How can we also bring in other partners into this precinct? How can we bring in commercial partners? How can we bring in the industries that we're working with, other parts of the health system, potentially parts of government? How do we get others to the table so that we can make a full precinct out of this? And I would also ask you all to get involved in the planning. There's going to be planning events. The hospital's doing strategic planning we heard about. The hospital's also doing physical campus planning. We're doing campus planning at the university. If you see these opportunities to get involved, please get involved, especially if you're interested in good infrastructure for what you do. And I know many of you would be. And so please get involved, make sure your voice is heard. This is a small enough community that we really need to tap everybody's knowledge and everybody's understanding of what the future needs to be in order to build that future. So anyway, enjoy the week. It's going to be great. Like I say, I'll try and join you Friday. And the word that we learned is Nakara. Until we meet again. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mark. I think the scale of what Mark's talking about is something else, really. And I've already seen the HMRB. It's a wonderful building if you get a chance to walk in there. So that's very exciting. Our next speaker in this tranche of speakers, Philip Dottell, who's the precinct director at Tonsley, associated with Renewal SA. I think I've heard and seen a bit more about Tonsley than I realised. I've been down there a number of times. I just didn't quite realise the scale of it, and so we thought that it would be great to have Philip come along and give us a few highlights. So thanks so much.
Thank you so much for that. I prepared a little intro, formally acknowledging everyone and everything. But a couple of weeks ago, I've written my most successful post on LinkedIn. And it was more about my 12 years in Adelaide and sort of thanking Adelaide for having us and having the family. It was just a small post, but the key element in there was, and I'm reading this out, while all this happened, we introduced 3 kids to the world, all 3 prematurely born, that needed full medical expertise of the neonatal units at Women's Children's and Flinders Medical Center. They may not have made it elsewhere without the above world standard health support. And then I kept going. So you can see I'm still getting emotional with just talking about this, but the research that you're doing, and if you need sometimes to recalibrate, like what are you doing and why do you do this for, it's people like ourselves, where we have 3 kids now, and all prematurely born at 32 weeks, 1,200, 1,300, and 1,500 grams. You live in these places for over 8 weeks, and the research, and in our case with the twins we had, which was the ones that are 3 years old now, and the other ones is 6, and you can't tell that they are prematurely born. That was TTTS and TAPS. It's a very rare thing that is very little researched. So I guess, yes, I can give you a good intro and I will come back to my topic, but I think I just want to share that with you and thank you for why you're here and what you're doing and making that impact in a true sense right here at this place. And I'm thankful for that. So let me begin with this. And to get my thoughts back, I really thought hard about the actual topic for that little module of the 3 Ps. And what's the glue? And I asked myself as well, like, what is the glue? And I think the way I want to share this is that, or let me explain what this could be. Firstly, I should say there's not many places where you have a single train line connecting significant activities in health and medical, where fundamental research, development, prototyping, testing, validation, and the real application, like patients in beds, which allow an instant feedback loop, that opportunity doesn't exist in many places. And that connection I refer to is this precinct here with Flinders Medical Center and the main campus of Flinders University. It's a Tonsil Innovation District, and those entities we have there from ICCNet, Microrex, the Medical Device Partnering Program, Link Assistive, Autism, say, the list goes on in their field, and Louise, you just touched on some of those already. But then also then Biomed City, Women and Children's, SAMRI 1, SAMRI 2, and you can extend it all along North Terrace all the way to Lot 14. That is a value proposition globally like no other, I would say. But this value proposition that needs to be embraced, and that value proposition needs to be applied to make a real impact on our society, I think, and really locally and globally. But how is the big question, and that's the clue question. And all I described just now was basically the physical places, the hubs, the individual hives and activities with its people in it, such as here, such as Tonsil, such as in the city. And so we have the people and we have the places. So we have a real opportunity here. But what is the glue that unlocks the real potential and that productivity growth that we're aiming for, and which came out of the Productivity Commission as well? It is perhaps, and that's my answer, it's acknowledging that the scalability of a district, a precinct, or whatever you want to call these places, is by making strategic connections beyond your physical boundaries. And I think that's quite important as well. So, and while this is easier said than done, the glue is often the soft fabric, and the way we have an ecosystem that is built on relationships and trust. And maybe to give you my personal answer to what is the glue, trust is the glue, I would say. With trust comes the willingness to share ideas and new concepts. With trust, we don't hesitate to contribute without asking for what's in it for me. With trust that goes beyond physical boundaries, you get exposed to new ideas and thinking, and I think this is what really unlocks that true productivity gains. And we tested that concept in Tonsil on a micro level. Because if you're going to call yourself Innovation District, well, what does innovation mean and how can we have more of it? So the key thing for me is that innovation is a commercialized form of invention. So you need to have commercial pathways to really make impact, I guess, in that sense. The invention itself these days is hard to come by on your own, and that's why you're all here in meeting today. You can't do it on your own any longer. You can be an Apple, you can be a Mercedes-Benz, it doesn't matter who you are. You need to collaborate with others in order to achieve that. And so you can see a place like Tonsi or this one, or Tonsi specifically, like an urban renewal project that moves from a car factory to what it is today. And that is true. And you can also see it as, which is the government answer, as an economic development initiative that now employs double the amount of workers than in the final years of Mitsubishi, with 2,000 people employed, 8,000 students coming to the site, and a residential community as well. But what it really is at its core, it's really a community development initiative, I would say, to deliver a trusted community in order to collaborate and innovate. I think, again, as I said the third time now, that we have this huge opportunity here where we have a comparative advantage with the physical assets that were just described, and Mark is certainly further building out on these ones, and that's credit to your leadership on what's happening there. So we have the physical assets in place. That's a tick. And if there's one thing that Adelaide and SA is known for compared to maybe the other states and those where we have the brain drain into eastern states, is that we generally care for each other, and we have that relationship factor. So there's like two ingredients. But I think what we need to do now is to invest in that trust as much as we do in our physical assets. And I know there's some people from MTP Connect in the room. Hands up. Yep, and we have those intermediaries where it's very tangible to build a building, because you have your capital, you have your project plan, and you see a building at the end of the day. If we invest in the same way in our relationships, that's where we achieve that level of trust, and I think that's truly that glue aspect that I would say. And I think we heard about COVID before. A couple of months in our kind of easy COVID, I guess, compared to other states, I thought about what makes people come back, those who left to the home office. They have a desk, they have a laptop, they bought a coffee machine. What makes them come back? It has to be that sense of community, that sense of belonging. And if you drive into Tonsi now, you see the new tagline, or which is now since COVID started, that is the same way I want to finish this talk. And it's quite simple and empowering, I think. It's think together, thrive together. Thanks.
Thanks, Philip. That's great. I think it really set us up for our this session. I'm realising there as we're going forwards that we've got another presentation which I'll put on in a second, but we were going to have a panel discussion at the end of that, but I think that we've probably hit our time here. So that may be a relief to some of the people who are on the panel, may not be, but I apologise to you there. But I think to keep on time, we'll do that. But I'm sure other people can come and use that personal discussion, find people, have a chat to them, and as Mark said, where there are these forums, turn up, have an opinion. So Simon and I were fortunate enough to meet with Julie Wagner, who's the president of the Global Institute on Innovation Districts, last Thursday evening, and we chatted for her for a bit. I feel better informed now to chat to her than I did at the time, and we then redialed into our Teams meeting and just recorded the next 14-15 minutes of that. So I'll just pop that on for you, because I think it was a great discussion and there was a lot to learn. And I think Julie's been involved in South Australia and Adelaide. I think, Philip, you know her, and others here have dealt with her. She's had some involvement in the state as well. So sounded like she was keen to come back. But I'll pop that on, and then we'll call this session to a close. I'll come up and we'll close the session. Simon Windsor and I are here sitting in Adelaide. We've been fortunate enough just to be talking to Julie Wagner. She's in Lake Lugano in Switzerland, so we're very jealous. But she tells me she had a great time here in Adelaide in March earlier this year, so she knows what we've got on offer as well. Brookings is based in New York, and she is an expert in innovation districts. We've had a great conversation with her preceding this, So we're going to throw to Julie and get some thoughts following our conversation that might stimulate a bit more conversation in our panel discussion to follow. So thanks so much, Julie.
Oh my gosh, my pleasure. I want to say thank you and welcome to everyone. So I am the founder and the president of the Global Institute on Innovation Districts. It builds off of the work that I led at the Brookings Institution, which is based in Washington, D.C., but the Global Institute is very much a global-leaning institution focused on the growth and evolution of innovation districts worldwide. And my visit to Adelaide demonstrated that that particular region has a set of R&D strengths that are clustering and connecting in a powerful way that would allow you to create, if you wanted, a set of innovation districts as a tool for strengthening both your economic development and competitive agenda, but as a way to really help translate a lot of your strong R&D strengths into commercialization. So what I'd like to do, because you're at the beginning of the journey, I'd love to just lay out some basic information about what the district model is, how it's evolved over time, to make sure that everyone is really on the same page, which I really think is an important step for anyone that's thinking seriously about an innovation district model. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to walk through a set of slides and then conclude with just a few questions back to you all to start your conversation. So here is sort of my intro. There is a powerful process of conceiving an innovation district, and that process is something that you should embrace because it allows you to figure out why you want to do something that is highly complex, that's not easy, but that can have significant payoffs at the end if you go slow to go fast. Don't go too fast, but actually be very intentional in how you proceed in your work. So let me start by laying out what are innovation districts and what makes them important and distinctive for you all to think about. So this is the paper that I wrote in 2014 at the Brookings Institution. And this is where we observed the rise of innovation districts. We called it a new geography of innovation in America, but we very quickly realized that that was wrong. This is a new geography of innovation globally. And if you look at what's happening, it's a geographic area, it's a place-based area where anchor institutions such as hospitals and universities are engaging with companies, and you're doing it in a physical way. You're clustering and connecting as that sort of core group, but also with small firms, startups, business incubators, and there is a physical component to it, which is an enabler to sort of those bigger intentions, where you're physically compact, so you can actually walk between each other easily. You're transit accessible, wired, and you can provide a set of other offers such as housing, office, and retail to ensure that your base of talent and your communities want to come in and stay in this geography. That creates a vibrancy that is very, very attractive to talent. That is, as we know, we have an issue with talent, and so we want to make sure that they're getting all that they want in order to be both intellectually inspired, but just simply finding themselves pleased and happy where they're working. If we look at innovation districts, here's just 4 examples. They're so different, different sizes, different R&D strengths, different leadership styles, different physical ways in which they're wanting to transform, and importantly, different strengths that allow them to say, these are the specific problems that we can take on and solve collectively, whether it's around climate change, around cancer, around infectious diseases. There is a clarity around the impact. So while they're all very, very different, they do have 3 kinds of assets, economic, physical, and networking, that serve the basis of this model. The economic are your actors. The physical is that physical landscape, the infrastructure, the buildings. and then the networking, which is often left out or just seemed as a, I don't know, idea on the side, but actually this is what drives these places, how they're connected, how different actors are working together, the kinds of platforms and programs that are tying people together, the kinds of networks that actually give a competitive advantage. It's all of these things in an integrated way. Now, over time, and I will not go through this, but you can study this on your own if you're given this, this video, is that there is a more complex framework in understanding innovation districts. What's core to understanding it is what's deeply in the middle, which is around the building of a critical mass of actors, talent, technologies, and intermediaries that are orchestrated in a way to drive impact and solve very, very specific problems. This is what I want you to focus on. So it's what's our intention as a group, not just one organization, a collective of organizations. So it's moving from siloed to separated into a more integrated approach. So what does that mean? So here's a very traditional looking geography that could be a university and a hospital. Let's just take that. It's wiring it differently into an integrated approach, which is shaped by governance, where actors are working across and meeting together regularly. It's around intermediaries that are thinking about how to work across and grow the ecosystem. It's around a set of infrastructure plays. It can be open innovation processes, platform technologies, shared labs and infrastructure, which turn this into a stronger value proposition together. And by the way, those particular things are very, very attractive to companies and small firms. But to enable those things, it does mean also the physical landscape. So joint master planning, public realm technologies that span the district, thinking about walkability and the ability to get into buildings, which we call porosity, which create another kind of value, thinking and acting across the district. And then lastly, as I talked about these networking components, these programs and trainings, which really give your district the true life, the true value of what these districts are trying to achieve. So if I go back and just to this slide, once again, I want to highlight something for you as one area of focus. When you're thinking about building critical mass, it's a critical mass to do what? A concentration of what actors, what kinds of talent, what technologies, what intermediaries. Well, this should be building on where you are strong in terms of your R&D, those unique specializations that make you distinctive and frankly should be punching above regional, if not national strengths. That exercise of understanding your combined strengths is a very important exercise, and this is what I mean by sometimes going slow to go fast. Clarity on that is extremely helpful. So in our analysis, and we've analyzed, for instance, 23 districts to understand how distinctive they are from their R&D, we can see that they can often be a collection of different disciplines and sectors. Now, if we look at where innovation is going, we can see both in Israel and the United States, and even the World Economic Forum is saying there is this interesting convergence play, if not a bioconvergence play to even get more specific, which is really the combination of things such as on the tech side, artificial intelligence, computer, big data, on the biomedical or health side, and on the material side, and on the genetic side. So if we look at this, and we see these very specific disciplines here laid out this way, you start to look at which particular disciplines are already connecting in our district or in our combined set of actors that we could leverage in a powerful way. Maybe it's bioconvergence, maybe it's another type of convergence, but this is something that you should really be thinking about as part of your proposition. So I want to highlight that because this is sort of the pathway to understanding why you would have a district to achieve what particular ambitions or solve what particular problems. So I'm going to end with this and then throw a few questions at you. It means that to really think about a unique value proposition as a place, as a set of actors that are just beginning a journey together, it's clarifying where you have combined R&D advantages and understanding where there's particular gaps. It could be gaps in the R&D to commercialization, or it could be gaps in particular disciplines that are not enabling you to have the full convergence play. The physical landscape question, the physical transformation question should actually follow that because it should be an enabler of the kinds of different ambitions that you're wanting to achieve through a physical lens. Many places think about the physical first and then the problem to solve later. I would argue this is not where you're going to want to go. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to throw out to you a set of questions. And I believe that I am no longer on the screen, that there's no longer a PowerPoint being shown. Here's what I'd like to share with you. I've reviewed where you currently are as a set of actors. And I think what you're doing is wonderful, sort of having these initial conversations about where you believe you want to focus on, and how you can be optimizing care, optimizing research, optimizing delivery and education. What I do see around where you believe you need to go to succeed is that shared vision and integrated governance, partnership and branding. All these things make sense. I think my set of questions to you are, do you have all your actors critically at the table? Do you have within those set of actors the leadership that can really articulate with clear vision about where their organization wants to go and why, critically, why they would like to create a combined collaborate to compete strategy, an innovation district strategy? Why would they want to do that? What is their value add? What do they get from it? And what would they like to achieve by working together? This set of questions, this kind of conversation is so critical. It's the root of your tree. And so I would argue that building these kind of early set, sort of table setting conversations about why and what we could accomplish better together is where you need to go next. And so I'm going to conclude my remarks with that and encourage deep conversation with all of you.
Julie, you've thrown out a real challenge to us. Thank you, very clear. I think we've got to pick up the mantle and move forwards, but thanks so much for your time and look forward to seeing you next time you're in Adelaide.
I can't wait.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
So I think we don't have time for our panel, but please find some of the speakers. They've been very generous with their time and their thoughts. Thank you, Jenny, for agreeing to be on our panel, but I think we're just a bit caught with time here. But I think it is part of the questions we're being asked there. I think it was pretty poignant in there. So we are starting our next session almost immediately. If you can stay, please do. I think there's some great sessions to follow this. So this is the medicine session to follow. Then we'll have child protection, a section on mental health to finish out our day. I think they're all going to be great sessions to do that. A couple of highlights. The week will proceed. You've got the program in front of you. It's a pretty exciting week. Friday really is a celebration day where we will announce our winners of the grant. So we've had a great a great review period. We're just finalising that as we speak. People who had grants from the previous year will speak as well. Tell us what they've done. Marcello Costa will speak as well. There's some. He's been here, I think, 47 years. The first poster has Marcello's name on it with a number of other people as well. And on that Friday morning, we'll be formally opening the Research Hub. There's been some formal invitations for that. If anybody in the audience would like to come along, please come and find Simon or me or Lauren. We will be very happy to get you along to the ribbon cutting and a piece of cake as well. So with that, I'd like to thank all of the speakers today. Thank you very much. I hope it's been a provocative session. That's certainly what we were hoping to do. And please stay for our next session. Okay. We might plough on, so thank you. Thank you for those of you who've stayed. I think it's still got a great audience here, so thanks so much. This session is, we're looking at research excellence across the Flinders Precinct, and this section, as we said, we've asked, this is really this is your research week, and we've asked various divisions and groupings to organise some sessions. So this is a session that we have from Division of Medicine, Cardiac and Critical Care. So I'm particularly proud of that, the session. We've got some wonderful speakers for you. Our first speaker is Associate Professor Mihir Wekaleka. And Mihir is really, he's a quiet achiever. Most people don't know Mihir, but he was telling me today, we had quite a conversation this morning, that he was very pleased. When he took on this role, he was given a lot of support from Malcolm Smith, who was previously really organising research in rheumatology. I think Malcolm did a great job, Mihir, but I think you're taking it on to the next level. So very pleased to hear from you from bedside to bench and back. Rheumatology researchers and clinician researchers. So thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Andrew, for that very kind introduction, and thank you so much for having me here for this Research Week as a keynote speaker. It's a fantastic initiative by SALHN. So my topic is from bedside, there's a patient's bedside to the research bench and back to the patient's bedside, translating the research from the bench back to the patient. And my experience as a rheumatology researcher, as a clinician researcher. So as Andrew mentioned, I'm a rheumatology consultant within SALHN and also affiliated with the Flinders University. A bit of a movie clip for you. This is Renoir, the famous Impressionist painter. This is him painting at home. Him as a young man. And you can see him painting, you can see the deformities in his hands, him holding the brush. He's still quite effective in what he's doing. But you can see how he bends down and he's smoking. So he's got rheumatoid arthritis. So he's got deformities in his hands. He was so disabled that he couldn't pick up the painting brush. Somebody had to hand the brush over to him and then he could start painting. He could not bend forward, so you see him leaning there like that with the shoulder and the elbow involved and the hands, and yet you can see that he was still effective despite all of that. So it's a pretty devastating disease. This is an image from him in 1910. You can see that he has already started having deformities in his hands. But by 1919, they have really become more pronounced, more set. And when deformities happen, they are more or less irreversible. So what is it? So our prototype research, where our main research interest is in rheumatoid arthritis, which affects about 1% of the population. Lots of irreversible joint deformity. A huge proportion retire prematurely. These numbers are probably a little bit better, but not too much better. We now know that it's an umbrella term that encompasses several subtypes, and the disease process is well underway by the time symptoms occur. So patients start off like this. So you can see swelling of the wrists here, swelling of these joints, the MCPs or the knuckles. This is not obviously in the same patient, but you can see the progression with progressive deformities. And in this people, in this X-ray here, for those who are not very familiar treating hand X-rays, you can see all the knuckles here have been replaced by plastic knuckles. So all the joints have been replaced. Multiple surgeries here and also at the wrist. So huge impact. So what actually happens? Why does it cause this? So it's inflammation of the joint lining called as a synovium. So what is the synovium? So this is the joint. You've got the bone, the cartilage. The lining is what lines the joint, maintains the normal homeostasis of the joint. In a normal joint, it's like this, nice, flat, pink, deformable. And this is actually one of my patients after treatment. This is what happens in rheumatoid arthritis. You can see that it's excessive, it's hypertrophied, it's inflamed, it's red, it's swollen. The disease is characterized by antibodies, which are certain blood tests that are directed against self-components. It's an autoimmune disease. There's a lot of cartilage and bone destruction that causes the deformity of the joints. Importantly, it has lots of systemic features. So cardiovascular morbidity is huge. There are a number of lung-related side effects, skeletal, and there's a profound psychological impact. So what's new? We now recognize in rheumatoid arthritis there's this window of opportunity where the inflammatory profile or the cytokine profile is different to that in established disease. So early treatment can really make a difference in this context. The aim of early treatment is to aim for remission. And even with our currently very expensive medications, the remission is no more than 40%, which are like terrible numbers. We like to treat to target. I'll come to that in a moment. Our holy grail is sustained drug-free remission, which is currently as low as 15%. Now, this is not just academic interest. As you can see here, the probability of working, and this is some of our own published material. In 10 years' time, those people who actually respond better are more likely to stay in the workforce than people who don't. And this starts separating as early as 2 years. So that's why response to treatment is really critical. Treatments in RA have undergone a huge revolution. So starting having probably not much in the 80s and 90s to having about probably a dozen drugs, which you call as biologic agents against very specific targets. Things have changed, but the remission rates are still quite dismal, as I said a bit earlier. Not just that, the cost to the public is enormous. So it started off at roughly $50 million. Look at the red and the green lines here. They've gone up exponentially. 2015, it's $550 million. The projected costs in 2030 are $755 million. It's not as simple as this, though, because a third of these patients are not going to respond. So literally out of that $755 million, a third of the public money will go into the bin. So what is this treating to target? So what's the target here? It's not just reducing the number of painful joints or the number of swollen joints. So not as simple as that. And a lot of that is based on some clinical observations. So one cannot change the genetics, and one cannot change the number of different varied clinical presentations that a patient has. But one can certainly change the response to treatment. Now the concern here is that if you try to withdraw treatment, a majority of patients will actually have disease recurrence. And a lot of patients will require ever-escalating treatments, and even the previously effective medications start becoming ineffective. Now, why is this? Why is the treatment response so bad or so variable? That's because all the standard treatments are non-targeted and really best guess. So then what's the target then? Is it symptoms or examination, or is it the blood test? But we know that these are not enough. They still lead to ongoing disease progression. What about ultrasound? What about MRI scans? We know that these techniques are good. They pick up a lot of disease. But patients treated to targets that are defined by MRI and ultrasound do no better than those treated with conventional composite disease markers. So there are a few markers put in together. So then that leads us to the joint lining, which is that inflamed lining which I showed you a bit earlier, and that's where we come in. So we've got special expertise or interests, and this was said by Professor Smith maybe a couple of decades ago. We have a significant collection of joint lining with matched parallel clinical data. And that is the target tissue, and that's what we want to work on. Which then leads on to the study which we've been leading on for some time, which is the Arbitrate study, which is targeted biologic therapy versus standard therapy in rheumatoid arthritis. So what do we do here? So the study has two arms, which I'll come to in a minute, but essentially we want to see that if we treat a patient based on the inflammation within their joint or individualized to them, the outcomes will be better than treated without or treated non-specifically. So fairly straightforward design. So we take patients with early rheumatoid arthritis which are treatment naive, and they all get a biopsy at baseline. And then they get into one of the two arms, are the targeted therapy arm where the biopsy is based on where the treatment is based on the synovial biopsy, or alternatively, combination oral treatment, which is the standard of care at the moment. At 6 months, they get a repeat biopsy to assess whether the target has changed or it indeed is the same. So what have we found? Now, this is an ongoing study, so I cannot show you the full results, but this is some preliminary, or rather very preliminary analysis of the data thus far. EULAR response is a response by which response in rheumatoid arthritis is actually measured, and you can see in the targeted therapy arm, the response is almost twice as much as that is in a standard therapy arm. More excitingly, when we looked at it at a deeper level by RNA sequencing, we found that an unsupervised type of approach clusters patients into 3 groups. This hasn't yet been published. And the 3 groups themselves are really interesting. So there's one group that starts off with a good response, with 100% response at 6 months. There's another group which starts off with a really bad response, but progresses reasonably well, but plateaus. And a third group which has as much response at 6 months as is going to have at 3 months. At this time, we're actually trying to work out what molecular signatures there are in each of these individual subgroups that will separate them for each other and then translate it into a relevant signature, where hopefully we'll have a blood test which could measure a few markers and say, yeah, you are really likely to respond or not likely to respond. So let's modify treatment at the word get-go so we can improve your outcomes for you. We do have a bit of a pipeline. So when we do actually do a biopsy, so we subject them to standard analysis, which is standard histology or standard microscopy. also store them RNA later for RNA sequencing, some more advanced microscopy techniques, which are with University of Melbourne and University of Sydney, particularly imaging mass cytometry. More recently, we have tended to take the biopsies, disaggregate them into the individual components, and then do single-cell analysis on those and see how they interact with each other. So the synovial tissue bank is a unique feature of Flinders Medical Centre Rheumatology, which is nowhere there in Australia. There are only about 6 centres in the world, and there were many people with a lot of vision, particularly Malcolm Smith, who established it about 3 decades ago. We have tissue on rheumatoid arthritis, and psoriatic arthritis, some osteoarthritis, and also some normal synovial tissue. So this actually forms the bedrock of our research. We do some basic science research in looking at individual pathways that may drive disease, and a lot of this is collaborative work with a number of people across the world. It's mostly in rheumatoid arthritis, but more recently we have also had interest in psoriatic arthritis. So this is some work with Professor McGonigal at Leeds, again looking at targets in psoriatic arthritis or new targets. How does it translate back to the patient? So some of the work we published as a multinational study with Queen Mary University, University of Dublin, Janssen Research about now 6 years ago has actually contributed to a new molecule, this particular molecule which has now been tested in rheumatoid arthritis. The trial has been complete and we keenly await the results. So our current collaborations are significant and very many. So they're all underpinned by our synovial tissue bank. So we have had a few NHMRC grants, which I'll come to, a significant collaboration with the University of Queensland, a national biobanking initiative, University of Sydney and Garvan at Sydney, GSK in Philadelphia, Johnson & Johnson in Philadelphia. We are trying to work with an international body called as the OMER Act, which is standardizing measures for standardizing synovial biopsy reporting. So I co-chair the special interest group there, and also Dublin, and a very recent one with the National Institutes of Health. So I'll briefly highlight some of these. About 3 years ago, we were fortunate in getting an NHMRC IDEAS grant as a CIA, in which we're looking at some co-stimulatory pathways and specifically immune cell targets where we can modify the inflammatory milieu to change the treatment paradigm in rheumatoid arthritis. We are also working concurrently with the MRFF grant from NHMRC to rationalize biologic medications. So the people who actually respond to medications, how would you taper and stop these? And a recent one as a Centers of Research Excellence, again an NHMRC grant that we received for, again, deconstructing molecular pathways in rheumatoid arthritis. This is one of the very exciting projects we've been working on, which is the A3BC, the Biobanking Collaborative, which is a nationwide project. It was started in about 2017 with a philanthropic grant to one of my colleagues in Sydney. That seed grant was about $3 million. It has a number of biobank nodes. We are one of the important nodes at Flinders. More than 50 clinician researchers, more than 20 research organizations. So we have been fortunate to be sitting on the steering committee for some years now. And we are the national synovial tissue lead for the country for this biobanking project. The collaboration with the industry, this is a research arm and not the commercial arm, have been very instructive for us, mainly because they have given us access to technology which we don't have. They have given us access to scientific background, which again we did not have. And that has actually formed the basis for our own investigator-led research. We have identified a number of targets, and some of the trials in these are ongoing. We've got a current reasonably big grant for the psoriatic arthritis project, and that's ongoing. So where is this world heading? So like a lot of other fields in medicine, it's heading to a precision medicine. Now that's easy to say as a throwaway term. But the field really has changed in the last 5 years, and it hasn't done so in the last 30 years prior to that because of advances in computational techniques and molecular biology. Lots of high-impact publications in the recent years. And a lot of the work has been driven by the National Institutes of Health. So the Accelerating Medicines program at the NIH is an exciting program that brings the government, the industry, and the non-for-profit industry together to work at a single cell level and deconstruct disease pathways. and then finally make the data also available to the broader research community for further analysis. We've been fortunate to be involved in this as one of the chief investigators. So there are 2 sites in Australia, ours is one site. In fact, some of the samples from our very own study have been used to inform some of the outcomes from this project. The project itself is called as the AIM for RA, and it's the lead university is the University of Rochester. It's already started, will go on until 2027. There are lots of people who have contributed to our research success. I wish to particularly thank my colleagues in the rheumatology department, particularly Michael Shanahan, who's the head of the department, for their excellent and ongoing support. Liz Briggs and Amy Kaiser, who are the nurses. My own research groups, Annabelle Small and Katie Williams, who do an incredible job. Chris and Helen, lab technicians. So Helen's now left us after 27 years of service. Lots of other collaborators across the world. So our aim is this. So this is what we started off with. This is one of my patients treated with targeted treatment. You can see the difference. No deformity, no joint swelling, and no symptoms. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mihir. I think you can just see, and the Renoir is, well, extraordinary, isn't it? Anyway, so thank you so much. Really important stuff, and we look forward to hearing more, and even great conversation today. Our next speaker, Bogda Kokswara. Bogda, I've known for quite a number of years. I'm not going to say how many Bogda, but probably reflects more on me. But Bogda has made great contributions around cancer survivorship. She continues to do that within our oncology department. And is an important link with the university and with SALHN around oncology patients. So pleased to invite you, Bogda, to tell us about cancer survivorship in the context of multimorbidity.
Thank you very much, Andrew, for this introduction. I should really share with you that I started my sort of learning career as a student and then resident, spending some time in intensive care at Flinders Medical Centre. And once I actually wanted to be an intensivist, and I still remember amazing experiences of working in ICU where the science and clinical care was beautifully combined. So I never followed your path, Andrew, but I still take on board the learnings. So today I would really like to share with you some of our research relating to the care of cancer survivors. And to kind of justify the importance of it, I'd like to tell you that there are 100 million people who are cancer survivors around the world. Now, this map shows you the relative distribution of cancer survivors in each country. The darker color is the higher percentage. And you would see that the darker percentages apply to well-developed countries where the population is older. So the function is partly the function of aging, an older population, and longer survival, but also function of the success of the clinical care. So in Australia, we have 1.2 million of about 3% cancer survivors. So many of you in this audience would know somebody with the cancer diagnosis, and you know what is the experience of cancer survivorship. Many challenges, emotional, physical, practical, that make the life after cancer quite a difficult trajectory at times. Now, it's also worth remembering that 40 million of cancer survivors reside in the broader region of Indo-Pacific, from India to the Pacific Islands. So this is an area of important research inquiry, not just for people who live in Australia, but for our broader region where our learnings can potentially have significant impact. And cancer survivorship is a very new discipline. This is a bit of a learning in history. The very first time chemotherapy was administered was in about 80 years ago, and it took 40 years before a cancer survivor who was also a physician said survivors have needs and those needs are not met. So the photo on the right is the photo from a meeting in Albuquerque, New Mexico, where a few diehards met together, contributed $100 each to advance the care of cancer survivors and advocate for better care. And it took till 2006, where the document published by the Institute of Medicine articulated what are the priorities for survivorship care delivery in the United States. And then another 15 years before we came up with a summary of what is the quality of survivorship care. And I'll show you a bigger diagram in a moment. But what I wanted to point out is that here at Flinders, the first survivorship program was started 3 years after the Institute of Medicine report. So we were kind of starting early, and we still continue today. This is the bigger version of the diagram that tells you that care of cancer survivors is quite complex. It includes addressing physical needs, psychosocial needs, health promotion, surveillance for ensuring that cancer does not recur, and management of comorbid chronic conditions. So quite a complex diagram. Unfortunately, in many places around the world, the focus of survivorship care really is on the surveillance for cancer recurrence, and that's actually a very narrow view. So we wanted to look at broader issues relating to cancer survivors, and the logical question to start with was to ask the question, well, what is it that cancer survivors die of? And we answered that question by looking at the data from South Australian Cancer Registry. So we took people from all the cases from South Australian Cancer Registry. We've identified those who survived for at least 5 years, so cancer survivors, and then we follow them up for a median time of about 17 years, so this is a retrospective data, and we looked at the question of what was the cause of death. And what we have found was that 45% of them still died of cancer. 55% died of other conditions, and out of those, about half died of cardiovascular disease. Now, you would say that's not terribly exciting because cardiovascular disease is very common. So the question is mortality from cardiovascular disease after cancer higher than what you would expect if the person didn't have cancer in the first place? And you can calculate it, and this is the diagram shows you the answer using the factors called SMRs, or standardized mortality ratio, which compares the mortality in your population to what would be expected as a control. So if your SMR is 1, that means that your mortality is equivalent what you would expect for general population. If it's higher than 1, then the mortality is higher. And you would see that for all the different categories that we studied in different cancer types, mortality was higher for people with cancer. Now, why would that be so? Now, you could argue that the highest mortality was for lung cancer, and I suspect that the answer would be that there are common shared risk factors for lung cancer and for cardiovascular disease. And we know that for many cancer types, there is a cardiotoxic effect of cancer treatments, but for some, you wouldn't use cardiotoxic treatment, for example, for skin cancer. So what's going on? We tend to think that cardiotoxicity is the major cause for cardiovascular disease as a problem, but perhaps it is possible that it's the cancer that is the cardiotoxic agent. And we've actually have some evidence for that. First of all, we know that people with cancer tend to neglect other health problems. So this is the data from our collaborator at Duke that argues that if you've had cancer treatment, in particular complex cancer treatment like chemotherapy, you tend to forgo your blood pressure medications or other risk factor management. But there are also biological reasons, and this is the data from the St. Jude cancer survivors trajectory that follows pediatric survivors of childhood cancer when they become adults. And we know that we can observe a phenomenon of premature aging in cancer survivors. This diagram is interesting. On the left, showing healthy controls. On the right, cancer survivors. And it shows you that premature aging, if you look where the 0 is on those diagrams, premature aging is more likely in cancer survivors, but there is a significant overlap with lifestyle interventions. So healthy lifestyle or unhealthy lifestyle will have an impact of how much of the premature aging takes place. So that's potentially a mechanism that we could target. There are other mechanisms. This is the phenomenon of allostatic load, which relates to the issues of stress. And it's not just stress of cancer diagnosis, but stress of other conditions that people can suffer from, or perhaps stress of socioeconomic deprivation, that then leads to a cascade of abnormalities which may target the endocrine function, immune function, inflammation, and lead to both inferior survivorship outcomes as well as cancer outcomes. Now that is again something that we could target and potentially lead to results that might impact on cancer survivorship as well as cancer itself. So we have studied this here at Flinders. We looked at the biology of what happens in people with cancer, and we analyzed women with breast cancer prior to commencement of treatment and compared them to healthy controls. And we found that, first of all, women with breast cancer were different before the cancer treatment started. This is just looking at the triglycerides, but people with cancer had different metabolism before you even gave them cardiotoxic treatment. And then 6 months after cardiotoxic treatment was given, patients with cancer experienced changes in the insulin control and in their body composition. So certainly this biology is an important phenomenon to track. So, of course, if these phenomena occur, it would be reasonable to expect that multimorbidity would be the more common in people with cancer, because it's not just cancer that changes, but also other chronic conditions that might be influenced by allostatic load and by premature aging. So, this is the study that allowed us to interrogate this question of what is the prevalence of chronic conditions in people with cancer versus healthy controls. And this is the work that was done by Dr. Hua Xin-in from our group. And we've analyzed data from the Australian National Health Survey, looking at the prevalence of comorbidities and also how people perceive their health when they had comorbidities. And you would notice here that if we looked at cancer versus controls, about 1 in 10 people with cancer had no chronic conditions, versus for controls, about 1 in 4, so clearly more common. We've also done some exploratory analyses looking at how comorbidities cluster, because you usually don't have one, you have multiple ones. And we've identified different clusters, and we found that clusters with high prevalence of cardiometabolic illness were more likely to be associated with poor perception of health and with mental distress, as demonstrated here. You would notice that there's a bar on the right that shows you that in people without cancer, musculoskeletal disorders are quite associated with distress. However, I think if you have cancer and musculoskeletal, cancer probably trumps that, and that might explain this result. We also went to cancer survivors themselves, to breast cancer survivors, Breast Cancer Network Australia, and we ran a survey asking them of what's their experience of having chronic conditions in addition to cancer. And this was a survey of 177 responders. Most of them were younger than average person with cancer, had more health insurance, so reasonably healthy, empowered women. What we found was about 90% of them had other chronic conditions, and in general, comorbidity was correlated with disability and perception of poor health. And then we asked them, what was your experience of having cancer care and your chronic disease care? And without going into this diagram in detail, in a nutshell, both were not very good. So is it surprising? Well, it isn't, because multimorbidity is common in general population. This is data only from last week from the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare. Worth pointing out that it's women who have more chronic conditions, partly because men tend to die prematurely, but this is a problem in general population. But when you look at the cancer, what we know is that comorbidity is quite common in cancer as well. If you look at the diagram, this is data from United States. The fourth bar from the top looks at cancer. About 1 in 10 people with cancer would have only cancer, similar to the data that I showed you from Australia. About a third would have 5 or more conditions. And what we know is that these conditions predispose to adverse outcomes, make treatment decision more complex, and potentially, it is hard to get the data regarding their care because, first of all, these are the patients who are excluded from clinical trials. Secondly, the interventions in cancer survivorship do not cover comorbidity. We have looked, and this is work by Dr. Emma Kemp, we have looked at the interventions for cancer survivors for breast cancer. We have found 324 systematic reviews on interventions of breast cancer. 2% of those covered chronic conditions and comorbid condition management. But there is so much that can be done. Again, this is from Australian Institute of Health and Welfare from last week. There are many lifestyle interventions. That's why we have a wellness centre that could improve outcomes for people in general population and in particular for people with cancer. So there is a lot that can be done. But if you're going to manage the risk and reduce the risk, the first thing is you need to assess the risk. And we have a problem because the Australian guidelines for cardiovascular risk management do not mention cancer. And the cancer guidelines for cardiologists do not mention comorbidities. So this is something that's hidden and not terribly visible. But we know that there are methods of doing it better. There is a Flinders program that's well established, developed by Dr. Sharon Lawn and Malcolm Battersby, that actually provides a model of how we can deliver complex multi-morbidity care that addresses patient self-management needs, medical management, community care, etc. So using this model, we have developed an intervention, and lucky for us, we ran it right in the middle of the COVID pandemic. We approached 50 patients with breast cancer who potentially had risk factors for cardiovascular disease. 42 of them agreed to participate. You would notice that only one of them had no modifiable risk factors that we could affect. And what we ran was the nurse-led intervention where patients had assessment of risk factors, care plan development and some recommendations, and then follow-up by phone 6 weeks later and 12 weeks later. And during that time, and these are all patients who were having cancer treatment at the time. During that time, we managed to improve their diet, statistically significant. We had numerical improvement in physical activity. We had very few smokers and low alcohol use, so not a lot of impact. But more importantly, when we look at their self-management capacity, their self-efficacy, that was improved, that's the red line, and so was their quality of life. But of course, improving care is not just a matter of one clinician and one patient. It needs to be done in context of the healthcare system in terms of policies, services, etc., and we've heard about it already. So in addressing that, we went on to ask healthcare providers of how they could deliver care, specifically looking at cardiovascular disease. And what we found was these results. These were qualitative interviews. What we've learned was that healthcare providers, and we interviewed oncologists, allied health providers, cardiologists, GPs. And what we found was that they all said that cardiovascular care is very important. Who should deliver care? Anybody but me. And they also believed that patients really didn't have the headspace to deal with those issues because they were so busy with cancer care. And perhaps that the model of care delivery could be diverse using a variety of interventions. We went and asked very similar questions of patients. And interestingly, the answers align in only one category, and that was this one, that there were diverse ways of delivering care. But patients said, we didn't know that that was a problem. Had we known that that was a problem, we would have done something about it. And they had this faith that we were already enabled to deliver care to the patients. So we actually have much to do. So where to next? I think we need to really focus on a better understanding of what are the mechanisms of problems that cancer survivors experience. They are complex problems, they require complex solutions. And the models of care need to move beyond the silos and really look at the integration of care, not just for cancer survivors, but the general health care. And a lot of it is delivered in the outpatient setting. We need data to drive that change, and we need to involve consumers at every step of the research. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thanks so much, Bogda. I think we're just checking with ourselves at the moment. I think we might go straight to you, Jonathan, and get people to pick up our speakers again for any questions and discussion. I think we were a bit ambitious with our programming, but that's just us about research. We want to be ambitious. We want more of it all the time. So thanks so much. I think it's very stimulating and some great data. Look, it's my pleasure to introduce our third speaker, Professor Jonathan Gleadle. Jonathan's Professor of Medicine within the College of Medicine and Public Health. He's a nephrologist here and has been my go-to for a lot of advice many times over the last 5 years, certainly. And I've really appreciated Jonathan's very thoughtful and accurate, I think, responses to that. He's got a very nice lab here. He's doing some work that most people here may not know about, but I think is totally relevant to what we're doing. So thanks so much, Jonathan.
Right, this is how I see patients, and this is how I all want you to think about patients from now on. You can perhaps see that, you can perhaps see that the Flinders medical students are convinced of that as well. Look, it's getting towards the end of a session, you're all looking a bit weary. Could you all stand up, please? Could you point to where your kidneys are? Okay, sit down. The new Professor of Anatomy has got quite a lot of work to do, I think. What does the kidney do? What do the kidneys do? Perhaps someone could give me the 8 different functions of the kidney. No? Has anyone passed urine today? Okay, good. There were a few people that sort of shook their heads and were getting an urgent outpatient appointment soon. So the kidney's a complicated organ. It's not just like the heart, which is just a pump. It's not like the brain, which just thinks. This is a complicated organ. It controls salt and water and blood pressure, gets rid of all these waste products, controls calcium and phosphate, controls your hemoglobin, your potassium and acid base. And yes, it produces urine, but it maintains the body in perfect homeostasis. Now, what happens when the kidney doesn't work? And this will affect about 10% of the Australian population. And you can see here I've highlighted the important prevalence of kidney disease in Indigenous peoples. This is taken from a piece of art just outside the creche. You may go down there on level 1 sometimes. Those of you with good eyes will see that it represents a dialysis room and a machine, and perhaps giving voice to the problems that matter to Aboriginal people. But if your kidneys do fail, you're going to die unless you get dialysis, either hemodialysis or peritoneal dialysis, or have a kidney transplant. Now, if you have a kidney transplant, what happens? Well, I'm feeling quite generous. I think I might donate one of my kidneys to someone. I'm going to donate it to Lauren. Lauren's done a lot of work for Research Week, but more importantly, women are much more likely to donate kidneys. Men are much more likely to receive. Now, that won't come to as a surprise to many of you. Now, having donated a kidney, look what's happened to mine. It's enlarged. It's undergone hypertrophy. And what we're trying to work out is how and why that kidney growth happens. Now, this has been known about for years and years, maybe several thousand according to Aristotle. And the kidney increases in size in days after the other one's removed. How does it know one's gone? What's the mechanism of growth? Now, one thing that is clear is if you wanted to make an organ bigger, you could do 2 things. You could either multiply the number of cells, as might happen in a cancer, or you could get each of those cells to enlarge. And most of this phenomenon happens by virtue of bigger cells. And as you can see here, some very old work, after 2 or 3 days, your kidney's grown by 10, 20%. How does it happen? The other thing that we've been interested in is, I've donated a kidney generously to Lauren. Will that kidney grow? Will the donated kidney grow? Well, you might think, well, Jonathan Craig, who's sadly not here, but he's an epidemiologist, and he would probably tell us you'd need thousands of patients to answer that question. No, one patient's enough in a clinical trial to answer this question. This is the first ever successful transplant between the Herrick twins. This is how the operation was done. I think you can probably tell who was the recipient and who was the donor. It was a good time for Richard, the recipient. He lived, he survived for many years, and he married the nurse that looked after him in recovery. So a good day for him. But what was important was his kidney grew. So what are the signals that underlie this growth? Now, I said here it's better to give than to receive. You can still tell who's the happier one. But the reason I make this point is that donors do better, okay? The donors carry on for years with really good kidney function, and we don't quite capture it here, but they show an increase in their filtration rate, an increase in their kidney function, whereas over time the recipients tend to slip down and many will go back to need dialysis or another kidney transplant. So we're trying to understand why this might happen better in donors than recipients. Now, why ask this sort of slightly odd question about kidneys growing? Well, perhaps we could make kidney transplants work better. Perhaps the people that give kidneys, we could optimise their function even further. Bogda's spoken about the fact that people with cancer have lots of comorbidities. An obvious one, if you're giving away a kidney, is that you might go on to develop kidney failure, and about 10% of patients who have a kidney removed for cancer will go on to develop kidney failure. And could we even use it to help grow kidneys in people with kidney disease? So what's known already? I said a lot of work had been done in it already. Two things to highlight. One is the role of a growth factor called insulin-like growth factor, which lots of evidence that seems to play a role. There may be a hormone or circulating factor that drives this process, and we'd quite like to find out what that was. So in order to explore this, we've used an animal model. Now, not everyone will be completely comfortable about the idea of using animals in research, but however way you put it, it's incredibly challenging to understand these mechanisms without using animals. You need to understand what the signals are between the kidneys. And this is a model that Darling has developed, a hospital scientist who has looked at what happens when you remove a kidney from a mouse and shown that compared with a sham operation where you just exteriorise the kidney, the one that's had the kidney removed grows. And we've then wanted to look at the kidney left behind with all sorts of techniques. I'm going to focus on the RNA techniques that Mihir briefly touched on. So when we've done this, we've taken all the RNA out of a kidney, and we've sequenced it all, and we've worked out what all the genes are there and whether they go up or down. And very strikingly, we saw that there was a real switch on of genes in the cholesterol homeostasis pathway. It seems a bit odd. Why should it be cholesterol? Why is that switched on? But this is what it takes to make cholesterol in the body. You've got 19 or 20 enzymatic steps there. And look at all the red dots. That's all the genes that were switched on. It's a very, very compelling signature that something's happening about switching on the manufacture of cholesterol. You've also got genes switched on that get cholesterol into the cell, and you switch off genes that get cholesterol out of the cell. So that's really interesting to us, and we think this might be quite important. We've also confirmed that with some independent tests to show that it's true, and we've also tried to map what happens upstream, what's driving this switch on of cholesterol. Now, I tried to tell you that the kidney was complicated, and it is. It does 7 or 8 different functions, not just one. And the kidney is composed of multiple different types of cells. It's not just a myocyte. It's got about 40 different types of cells, and we're trying to understand that. And Vincent has developed a method for looking at individual cells within the kidney to try and work out what's happening. And this is done with this increasingly used single cell work. I'm not got time to go through it in detail, but Vincent has a poster on Wednesday afternoon and would be happy to discuss it in more detail. So we take a kidney, we isolate the nuclei, and we then label each cell and then sequence them. And this enables us to get a map and put together all the cells that look a bit similar. So this is what we've done here, and these are all the different types of kidney cells there are, and the biggest changes we see are in the proximal tubular part of the kidney and in the medullary thick ascending limb. And again, when we look in detail at this, we again see a signature that looks like cholesterol is switched on, and the biggest red dot here corresponds to the type of cell that we see it switched on. And slightly surprisingly, it wasn't in the proximal tubules, it was in this medullary thick ascending limb, a particular cell type that really seems to need to switch on cholesterol in order for the kidney to grow. And we then worked out what's upstream of that. What are the proteins or transcription factors that might be switching on those genes? And again, this is a map representing the different kidney cells, and there's a transcription factor upstream which seems to be switched on and driving increased cholesterol. We've also tried to understand this in more detail by doing cell experiments, or Vincent has. We've grown some kidney cells, we've treated them with a growth factor, IGF. We've shown that they increase in size and they accumulate or they metabolize a lot more cholesterol. So consistent with what we saw in mice. And we've again been able to show that this transcription factor, SREBP2, seems to be required for that. So cholesterol. Everyone keeps telling you that cholesterol's bad. Well, this is taken from the internet. I'm sure Tom and Lauren are very good butchers, but they seem to be advocating for cholesterol. And just remember that cholesterol isn't just a harmful molecule that's involved in atherosclerotic plaques and leading to heart disease and cerebrovascular disease. It's an absolutely fundamental part of the membrane, and that you need cholesterol in membranes in order for the kidneys for cells to work properly. And if you make more membrane and get bigger cells, you're going to need more cholesterol. This is a little video here. I don't know if I can get it to play. No. Anyway, this is just an experiment that others have done in Germany, where they've taken some of the 25 trillion red cells we all have circulating around. They've put a special dye which is sensitive to the presence of UV light, and then they shine the light on and they make the cells bigger. I'm sorry, I can't get it to work. So this is where we've got to, that we think there are specific changes occurring in cholesterol, and also some other things there, as you've seen. One of the other molecules that we've picked up is one called PAPA2. This is a molecule which regulates the release of IGF. So growth hormone, familiar to many of you, it's the cause of acromegaly in excess, where you get big hands, big faces, and also big kidneys. This excess of growth hormone operates by an increase in the IGFs. Now, these IGF molecules are usually bound by a binding protein that can get chewed up by a protease, one of these PAPA2 molecules here. So we're intrigued as to whether there's more IGF around because there's a switch on of this protease molecule releasing more IGF. And we've then gone back to look at some patients, to look at some kidney donors and ask the question, does it go up in patients? And this is in collaboration with the team in Germany, where we can see an increase in, I think, of 18 patients, 16 of them show an induction of levels of this protein. So this is all unpublished. We need to do more work on it, but we're very excited about the possibility, at least, that this might be a clue to how growth is being switched on and triggered on. So coming to the end, I'm just going to skip very quickly through that. So we've started to understand some of the pathways that might drive kidney growth. We think cholesterol might be important, and then we think we might have a potential mechanism by which PAPA2 leads to the induction of IGF and thereby to more cholesterol biosynthesis. The only problem is I'm still not sure we know the question that we started with was how does one kidney know when its mate has gone? I'm going to end with acknowledgements. Darling, Vincent and Elise have done all the work. Very grateful to Andrew, all of the renal unit and Rajanuja for creating an environment where we can do some basic research whilst continuing to look after patients. So thanks very much.
Look, thanks very much, Jonathan. I think lots of questions there, and people like me might come and talk to you afterwards as well, but nice props. We might, so thank you. What we might do is have a break. We're going to come back for 2 sessions after this break. There's a wonderful session on child protection. I know the team's very keen, so please support that. And another great session on mental health as well, which I think also will link in really well. So please have a break, cool your heels for a second, then come back and we'll support the rest of the afternoon. Remember, the rest of the week has excellent presentations there. I think they'll be stimulating for you. See if you can get along, support people and enjoy it, and then turn up for pizza on Friday, please.
I'll get you to take your seats, Michael. Thank you for joining us for this next session for SALHN Research Week. For those that you don't know me, I'm Dr. Di Lawrence. I'm the Chief Medical Officer at SALHN, and I'm really thrilled to present this next session for two reasons. One is I'm a paediatrician, so this subject is very close to my heart, having had quite a long career as a paediatrician working in child protection. But actually, probably more importantly, in SALHN, we're really proud to offer care throughout life, from the first 1,000 days right through to the last 1,000 days. And today, we're going to hear some really good research on the impact of child maltreatment throughout life. And I remember not long ago having the privilege of visiting our NBU, Neurobehavioural Unit at the REPAP precinct, where they look after people at the very end of their life, and having Dr. Michael Page and Craig Whitehead talk to me about the impact of child maltreatment on some of their consumers who were in that unit. So that really hit home to me. So I think in SALHN we're really proud to offer that care throughout life's journey. So today we've got two really fabulous speakers for you. We've got our own Senior Staff Specialist Paediatrician, Dr. Meredith Forsyth, who works with us here. She's a general paediatrician, but she also works in our Child Protection Service at Flinders Medical Centre. Her clinical work, but importantly forensic medical assessments of children where they may have suffered child abuse or neglect. She's also passionate about a public health approach to child maltreatment and the need for an entire health system response. And she's recently completed a Masters in Public Health research project on the impacts of intergenerational child protection. So we're going to hear from Meredith, and I'm really looking forward to that. And following on from Meredith, we're really delighted to be hosting Professor Daryl Higgins, who's come from Melbourne for the day, who's really an eminent researcher and the Director of the Institute of Child Protection Studies in Melbourne, based at the Australian Catholic University. And his research focuses on public health approaches to protecting children and child-safe organisational strategies. He's a registered psychologist, and he's been researching child abuse impacts and prevention, family violence and family functioning for nearly 30 years. He's published widely and also has had an impact on policies in relation to child maltreatment, both in Australia and internationally, and he's one of the chief investigators on the NH and MRC-funded Australian Child Maltreatment Study. Professor Higgins' talk is the role of child maltreatment in mental health and health risk behaviours across life, lessons for prevention, interventions and trauma recovery from the Australian Maltreatment Study. And Dr. Meredith Forsyth's talk is developmental and child protection outcomes for children whose mothers had child protection contact, hidden risk and missed opportunities. Thank you very much, and we welcome them both.
Thank you, Di. And I'd just like to acknowledge that the land where we meet is the land of the Kaurna people, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. I'd also like to acknowledge that today I'm telling a story with numbers, but those numbers represent real women and their children whose lives are complex and beautiful, and it's a privilege to tell their stories today. Thank you for having me here. I am a paediatrician, and I am a paediatrician because I love seeing kids grow and develop, and it's a joy to be part of that as they do that with their families. And like many of the clinicians here, there's always one child who sticks with you, and I thought I'd tell you about this person and how it has led me to my research today. It's a little person I'll call Alice. I met Alice when she was very little, and when there was already sufficient concern that there had been multiple reports by our child abuse report line to the Department of Child Protection, because there were concerns about her safety and welfare. And when so she'd already had child protection contact in early childhood. And when I met her, we got some family history, we discovered that actually her mother also had contact with the Child Protection Service in her own childhood. So we already had in this young person's life this multi-generational and intergenerational child protection contact. And my role is to then assess this young person's health and development, and little Alice had really significant developmental delay across all of her milestones. And it's this intergenerational child protection contact and outcomes such as developmental delay that is really common with the children that I see and work with. And it's common and very frustrating because the opportunities for referral from that point are very limited and often directed at specific developmental goals. And in a system where we know the importance of the first 1,000 days of a child's health and development, I see them when this complex set of circumstances have already occurred. And so my research really led from this frustration. I wanted to understand this complex relationship between intergenerational child protection contact and outcomes for children, and most importantly to understand how early we can identify this risk so that we can consider interventions. So what do we know so far? We know that child protection contact for children in South Australia is incredibly common. It was 1 in 4 for children who were born in 1999 to 2005. It's now 1 in 3 for children in today's birth cohort. And we know that about 1 in 20 children, so that's 1 child in every South Australian classroom, has at least 1 episode of what we call substantiated child protection contact. So that's where the Department of Child Protection have made a professional conclusion that child abuse or neglect has occurred. And we also know that developmental vulnerability, that is children starting school with a degree of delay or concern about their development, is also really common and increasing, and we currently have almost a quarter of South Australian children starting school with concerns regarding their development, and this is worse than the national average. And we know that child protection contact in childhood has both short and long-term consequences. Darryl will talk to us about some of those later, but these include increase in developmental delay and poor academic outcome. We also know that the risks continue into parenthood, and so parental history of child maltreatment is a risk for a child experiencing child maltreatment, but this has been a risk that is difficult to quantify for a whole range of reasons, and so previous research has focused on specific groups or starting with children or adults who are already known to have suffered abuse, which makes it really difficult to generalise to the general population and understand what's going on. And importantly, none of the studies have looked at outcomes for children. So we don't know whether children are actually suffering a negative outcome as a result of their parents having child protection contact. And this is really important because some people have argued that potentially a knowledge that a parent has experienced child protection contact induces a surveillance bias. So we watch children more closely and they're more likely to be reported to child protection services themselves. Without actually understanding what's happening to those children, we don't know whether they've experienced a negative outcome. It could be that that surveillance bias is a good thing, that we involve services earlier and that they actually have better outcomes. So really that lack of outcome data is important. So the aim of this research was to determine the developmental outcomes and child protection contact of children whose mothers has a history of their own child protection contact compared to those who did not. And we had 3 main objectives. We wanted to quantify the prevalence of child protection contact from mother to child. We wanted to look at some of the things that we might know around mum at the time of birth of her child. So looking at some of the indicators of socio-demographic disadvantage. And also have a look at what is actually happening to these children in early childhood by looking at their developmental outcomes. And we're able to do this because of an amazing platform developed by the Better Start Research Institute at the University of Adelaide. And this is called the Be Bold platform. So one of the difficulties with researching intergenerational things is the amount of data that you need. And particularly when we're trying to look at data across child protection and things like development. Be Bold is a de-identified linked administrative data set. So de-identified, we don't know specifics about the individuals. It's linked from a whole range of government and non-government, state and federal data sets. And it's enduring, it's added to continuously, and we have data there extending back to 1991 and actually earlier for the child protection data sets. And you can see the range of data sets that are included in this data platform. And for my research project, we focused on 3 major areas. So child protection, so we've got all of the child protection data dating back to, I think, 1980. some information from births and registrations, as well as child development data as well. So just going through what we were looking at these families, again remembering we're trying to understand what's going on for them and how early can we identify risk. And so the first thing we want to look at was just some information about what's going on for families. So things like how old is mum at the time baby is born? What is the incidence of jobless families in these families? Are they living in the most disadvantaged areas? Some health indicators like maternal smoking during pregnancy, how many antenatal visits they attended during pregnancy, and then some basic birth data, so looking at preterm birth and also low birth weight for the baby. And this was all taken from the South Australian Perinatal Statistics Collection as well as birth registry data. When we look at child protection contact, this will be new for some of you, but hopefully some of you are aware of some of these definitions as well. This data is taken from the Department of Child Protection, and for the mums, we have data from 1980 onwards, and we're able to capture data for all of a mother's childhood, 0 to 18. For the children, we're looking at the first 5 years of life, so their child protection contact in that first 5 years of life. And we define child protection contact according to this increasing level of child protection contact you'll see in this triangle. So the top is no contact, that's pretty self-explanatory. And then notifications. Screened in is where it's felt that the notification or the report meets a child protection threshold. Investigation is where the Department of Child Protection launches a professional investigation to understand whether maltreatment has occurred or not. And then that may lead to a substantiation, so that's a professional opinion as to whether maltreatment has occurred. And then some children will then need to be removed from their family of origin and placed into a range of alternative services that we collectively call out-of-home care. And so we looked at maternal child protection contact from 0 to 18 in her own childhood, and then child protection contact for the children in that first 5 years of life. And intergenerational child protection contact was any child who'd had contact with child protection services by the time they'd started school and had her mother who also had child protection contact. In regards to the development of children, fortunately we have the Australian Early Developmental Census, which is conducted every 3 years and has a great amount of data on how children are going in terms of their development. And ADC looks at 5 domains of development, and they report children as either being developmentally on track or vulnerable in one domain, vulnerable in 2 domains, or special needs, which means they've started school with already identified developmental disability. So this is our study population. So we wanted children who were born in South Australia and who had that developmental census done in their first year of schooling, so roughly age 5 years. We needed to be able to link to their mums, so we were able to do that through the data platform, and we had a total sample size of just over 69,000 children and their mothers. And we then looked back at maternal child protection contact in her own childhood, as well as looking at the child protection contact for the children in the first 5 years of life. And so these are the results. So 69,000 children over those 4 birth cohorts. So this table just looks at what was the degree of maternal child protection contact for the children. And so what we can see is that about 1 in 10 children have mothers who had child protection contact in their own childhood. And about 1.5% of mums had an episode of out-of-home care in their own childhood. And then if we look at what's actually happening in terms of that intergenerational child protection contact, we know that in total about 15% of children had some form of child protection contact in that first 5 years of life, but that increased to 50%. So if you look at this, any child protection contact for mum over to any child protection contact for child, 15% is the average, 50% if mum has had child protection contact. So it's 50% of that group of children are being reported to the Department of Child Protection in their first 5 years of life. I forgot I'd highlighted the numbers just so that you can see them even more clearly. 15% to 50%. In terms of, so again, just breaking that down further. So here we've collapsed down some of the groups. So none is no contact. The contact group is anything from notifications through to substantiation, and then the out-of-home care group are people who have been in out-of-home care, and this is according to the highest level experience. So a lot of these children and their mothers will have had multiple episodes, but this is their highest experienced. And so we've got here that if you look at the group where mums had no contact, so that first column, 88% of her children also have no contact. 10% will have some contact. If we look at the group where mums have had some contact in childhood, it quadruples. So 40% of those kids are having contact with child protection services, and then it's 5 times higher if mums had an episode of out-of-home care. And then if we look at the incidence of living in out-of-home care for children in that first 5 years of life, overall it's about 1.2%. If mums have had no child protection contact, it reduces to a third, just 0.6% of those children. If mums had any contact, it goes up to almost 5%. And then if mum's had her own episode of living in foster care, it's 30 times higher than if mum had had no contact. So what do we know about these mums and babs at the time of pregnancy and birth? We know that on the whole, mums who've had child protection contact in childhood tend to be younger. So if they've had no contact, only about 14% are under the age of 25 years. If there's been some degree of contact or out-of-home care, it's more like 60 to 70% under the age of 25 years. And we know that a large chunk of these families are living in the most disadvantaged areas. So 25% if mums have had no contact versus 50 to 55% if mums have had contact in childhood. And in terms of the bubs, we know that there's high rates of maternal smoking in pregnancy, lower rates of antenatal care, although it's important to note that even mums who are living in quite difficult circumstances are still, more than 75% of them are still attending more than 7 episodes of antenatal care in pregnancy. And you can see there's also higher rates of preterm birth and low birth weight. So just looking on to what's happening to these kids at age 5 in terms of their development, how are they travelling? And we know that development is a really good marker of how a child is going overall in their health and development. So you can see here, this is developmental vulnerability on one or more domains, which is how the Australian Early Developmental Census quotes their results. And the blue line there is the average in the South Australian population, which, as I said, is higher than national average. And if mums had, so this is just based on mum's child protection contact in her childhood. If mum's had no contact, her kids, those kids are doing better than the state average. But if she's only had just one notification, it almost doubles. So that these are kids starting school with almost double the rate of developmental vulnerability. And interestingly, across this band of notification to substantiation, it's relatively similar, and then it goes up significantly for mums who've been in out-of-home care. And we see this when we look at all the markers that we measured of development. So you'll see across the top, again, mum's highest rate of child protection contact from none through to out-of-home care. And then down the side is how the child's travelling when they start school. And so we've got developmentally on track or not developmentally vulnerable, vulnerable on one domain or 2 or more domains or special needs. And so if mums have not had any child protection contact, 3/4 of those kids are on track. If mum's had an episode of out-of-home care, regardless of the child's child protection contact, less than half are on track. 15% are vulnerable in 1 or more domain, 27% in 2 or more domains, and 12% have been identified as having special needs. And again, this middle group, we see that even if mum's highest level was only notification, we're already seeing that those rates of being developmentally vulnerable at the age of school entry are raising significantly. So if we just look at no contact to notification, developmental vulnerability goes up almost double for 2 or more domains. And the important thing is here, mum might not even know that this has occurred in her own childhood. So what does this mean for what we know about these kids and for situations like I've described in Little Alice? What it means is that we know that even so-called low levels of maternal child protection contact are related to a child's development and child protection outcomes in the first 5 years of life, with the rate of developmental vulnerability or two or more domains doubling compared to mums who've had no contact. We know that mothers who've had child protection contact have much higher socioeconomic adversity, and their children are having increased child protection contact and developmental vulnerability when they start school. And the important thing here is, I think, two things. One, these risks are hidden, so these are not things that we're necessarily aware of in pregnancy or at the time of birth, even though there's quite significant risks for the children. We're also missing opportunities. So we said more than 75% of these mums are coming in contact with the healthcare system more than 7 times in pregnancy. And so instead of waiting for this complex events to occur, we've actually got these opportunities. And what we've seen here is that maternal child protection contact can help us to predict what's going to happen and what risks these kids are facing. We don't need to wait till they come in contact with child protection authorities or till they develop developmental problems. And the health system, it can be and should be a leader in this field because, firstly, mums are already coming to antenatal appointments, but we're a trusted resource that can be used to identify some of these issues. And we also need to work with our colleagues in other areas as well, though, because these families face increased socioeconomic adversity and need holistic, accessible and flexible preventative services. So going back to Little Alice and what we know from this research, we know that children whose mothers have had a history of child protection contact have higher rates of socioeconomic adversity around the time of birth. Their kids have higher levels of child protection contact in early childhood and are more likely to be developmentally delayed in their first year of school. And so they're starting life with a complex circumstance. But this research tells us it doesn't need to be a foregone conclusion. We can actually take this knowledge to provide early intervention services, even at the time of pregnancy, to support families as they bring up their children. And so instead of this being a foregone conclusion, understanding the relationship between these issues gives us the opportunity to support mums and their kids in those really important first 1,000 days. Thank you. Sorry, I just flipped.
Thanks, Meredith. And I'm going to now speak a little bit about the Australian Child Maltreatment Study. And on behalf of all of the ACMS team, I'm just one of 10 chief investigators. I'd like to acknowledge that we are on Kaurna land and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging, and acknowledge any Aboriginal First Nations people in the room with us here today. So what have we done? This is the first nationally representative prevalence study of all forms of child maltreatment and their overlaps, so multi-type maltreatment, the characteristics of those experiences, and importantly, the mental health consequences across life. How did we do this? So it's a nationally representative sample of telephone surveys using what's called random digit dial. So using valid telephone number sequences that represent real mobile phone numbers. So everybody, including everybody in this room, had an equal chance of being part of that 8,500. We oversampled the younger participants, so we had 3,500 in the 16 to 24-year-old group, and then 1,000 in each of the deciles kind of going back. And the reason for that was, first of all, wanting to have most of the biggest group of those whose childhood experiences were the most recent and whose, the kind of policies that we might have around both prevention and responses to child maltreatment they represent, but also looking at the health and mental health consequences across life. So going back right to the oldest group, which were the 65 pluses, down to the youth sample. So what did we measure? all 5 forms of child maltreatment. So unlike the state and territory child protection departments, who mostly have to shoehorn their harm types into the 4 that are consistent across the different jurisdictions, which doesn't include domestic violence. So it might be recognised as a contributing factor, but it's not one of the 4 types that are reported in the National Statistics for Child Protection that's collated by the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare. So we used all 5, so including exposure to domestic violence. We looked at a number of familial risk factors. You might know them as ACEs, adverse childhood experiences, and included some other things outside of the family, including peer bullying, but also sibling violence, etc. And then you can see on the right-hand side the extensive list of outcomes that we looked at. And today I'm going to focus in particular around the mental health issues. So what did we find? And just as a warning, this is not pleasant data that I'm going to be sharing. What we found was that child maltreatment, so any experience of abuse or neglect during childhood or adolescent up to the age of 18, was reported by 62% of our participants. It's not evenly distributed though. Women were more likely than men to report an experience of abuse or neglect. So 65.5% of women and 58.4% of men. But breaking it down into each of those 5 different types, what did we find? So you can see here, 32% of the population described physical abuse, 28.5% described sexual abuse, 30.9% emotional abuse, 8.9% neglect, and 39.6% exposure to domestic violence. I should say too, in terms of how we defined our measure of maltreatment, we used international best standards. So we based it on the juvenile victimisation questionnaire that one of our chief investigators, David Finkelhor, had developed a number of years ago, and we expanded and adapted it to make it our own, including some new elements relating to emotional abuse and exposure to domestic violence that reflect the latest research scholarship on those maltreatment constructs. But most importantly, the way we asked the question was not a leading question such as, were you abused, were you neglected? It was a behaviourally specific question. So did you ever experience, and then there was a number of items for each of the different maltreatment types that were a screener. And then subsequent to that, if they said yes, then there was a range of follow-ups in terms of who did this to you, how old were you when it began, how old were you when it ended, how often it began, so how often it occurred, etc. How long it went on for, how many times it occurred, etc. So we had quite a bit of detailed data about the nature of the maltreatment experiences, and we're still working through all of the data on that. But just drilling down to this gender difference that I was pointing to before, with 62% becoming 58 versus 65, almost 66%, you can see here when we look at each individual type of maltreatment where those gender differences are particularly lying, and that's in relation to sexual abuse and emotional abuse. Keep that in mind in a minute when I then talk about gender differences in terms of impacts. So relatively similar rates for physical abuse. We're slightly more males, which was interesting, but for neglect and exposure to domestic violence, slightly more women report it, but substantially higher rates of sexual abuse and of emotional abuse for women. And when we look at our youth sample, so the 16 to 24-year-olds, it's even more stark than this. So our young women whose childhoods have only just ended are even more likely to have this gender difference compared to their male counterparts. I was particularly interested in analysing our data to look at what the pattern of overlaps were for the different forms of child maltreatment, because if you take these percentages before and add them all together, of course it comes to way more than 100%, doesn't it? And the reality is that the typical experience for Australians is not to have had one type of maltreatment, but in fact to have multiple. So we, for the first time, have got nationally representative data. In fact, globally, there's no other prevalent study of all 5 forms of maltreatment that have rigorous measurement that equals ours that look at multi-type maltreatment. So we found that almost 2 in 5 Australians, so 39.4% of Australians reported an experience of multi-type maltreatment. So that's 2 or more exposures to different types of maltreatment. Shockingly, that's even more than those who were the lucky ones who experienced no maltreatment at 37.4%, and still substantially larger than those who had experienced only one type and no other, so 22.8% of the population experiencing single type. But even if you look at the slightly more severe end of the spectrum, so those who had experienced 3, 4 or 5 types of maltreatment, it was almost 1 in 4. And in fact, in our youth sample, it was over 1 in 4 Australians experienced 3, 4 or 5 different types of maltreatment. What we found too was that multi-type maltreatment was one of the most consistent predictors of the mental health and health risk behaviours that I'm going to be sharing with you in a moment. So in order to try and understand what is it that might be associated in the family lives of children who experience this relatively frequent but particularly damaging constellation of exposures to maltreatment. How can we understand them better? And so we did an analysis of those ACEs, those adverse childhood experiences, to see what is associated with the experience of multi-type maltreatment. And all 4 of those family-related adversities that we measured more than doubled the risk of experiencing multi-type maltreatment. So you can see here on the screen, parental separation of divorce, more than double. Living with someone who was mentally ill, suicidal or severely depressed, 2.4 times the risk of experiencing multi-type maltreatment. Living with someone who had a problem with alcohol or drugs, 2.4 times the risk of multi-type maltreatment. And in terms of thinking about where our government policies might be able to have some greater attention, growing up in a family characterised by economic hardship. So this is not the socioeconomic status of the adult who's answering the question. It was a question about when they were growing up, did they grow up in conditions of economic hardship? And we used standardised questions that have been used in other large-scale surveys like HILDA, the Household Income and Labour Dynamics in Australia study. So more than doubling the risk of multi-type maltreatment, not of a single type, but of multi-type maltreatment. So let's turn now to some of the data on impacts. What we found was that of that substantial group who have experienced child maltreatment, so 62% of the population, they, almost half of them experienced a mental disorder, compared to only just over 20%, so 1 in 5, who did not experience child maltreatment. So clear doubling of the risk of mental illness relating to child maltreatment. So let's look now at the 4 types. Again, we only used measurement of these 4 mental disorders because they are the ones from a population perspective that are the most frequently reported in other health and mental health surveys. And you can see for each of them the substantial differences. So the first bar is those who had experienced child maltreatment, and the second bar is those who had not. So massive disparities for all 4: depression, anxiety, severe alcohol use, which is current, so in the past few months, and PTSD. So we can see here how child maltreatment, if we think about it as a risk for presentation in our mental health system, that's the factor that we can know if we put our prevention efforts in. We are likely to reduce exposures to mental health issues for future generations if we get it right with reducing exposures to child maltreatment. So I mentioned before that multi-type maltreatment was consistently one of the presentations, if you like, or constellations of harm that was associated with the worst outcomes. But when we break it down to which particular components of multi-type maltreatment, we wanted to know what was the harm types that were most consistently singled out. And once you account for all other harm types, this is the unique contribution. So what we found was both sexual abuse and emotional abuse across all 4 mental health disorders were associated with approximately double the risk. So you can see there 1.95 times the likelihood of having PTSD if you've experienced sexual abuse in childhood, 1.98 times, so even more for emotional abuse that you would have for getting PTSD. Similar pattern for anxiety, severe alcohol use with sexual abuse but not emotional abuse, and depression. Again, almost 1.7 times for sexual abuse, 1.9 times for emotional abuse. Remember I said, though, to remember the gender disparity in exposure to child maltreatment. Well, we also have a gender disparity in prevalence of mental disorders, and those two things intersect with each other. And so what we see in this slide here is that the relative risk, so the odds ratio of having any mental disorder if you have experienced child maltreatment, overall was 2.8 times the risk, but for men it was 2.28, and for women it was 3.65. And then below that you can see the breakdown for each of the 4 types that we looked at. The same pattern was evident for health risk behaviours. So these are the health risk behaviours that we looked at. And you can see very similar patterns right across, but I'll point out in particular cannabis dependence, where overall 6 times the likelihood of experiencing cannabis dependence in adulthood if you had been maltreated as a child. Break that down by gender, 4.5 times the risk for men, 20 times the risk for women. So it's almost, if you phrase it the other way, the likelihood of having a woman in a cannabis dependence treatment who has not experienced one or more forms of child maltreatment is incredibly rare. Self-harm was one of the other things that we focused on, and this is now just the youth sample, so childhood's not that long ago. 3 in 10 young people said that they had self-harmed during their life. Break that down by gender, and we see double the rate. So almost 2 in 5 young women reported self-harm during their lifetime compared to 1 in 5 for men. In terms of health service utilisation, we can see here the role that child maltreatment plays in terms of contributing to increased likelihood, first of all, of overnight hospital stays, 1.4 times the risk. More likely to be admitted for a mental disorder. And we weren't saying that this was a hospital admission or a mental disorder specifically because of child maltreatment. They were general questions, have you ever, how many hospital stays have you had, how many admissions have you had, etc., etc. So 2.4 times the likelihood of an admission for a mental health disorder, 2.4 times more likely to have 6 or more visits to a GP, and 2.3 times more likely to have 24 or more visits to any health or allied health practitioner. So we can see here the massive health system costs that are attributable to child maltreatment. And we've got some further analyses on this at the moment in terms of calculating what we call burden of disease. Just going to finish up with a couple more slides looking at the child sexual abuse data, because we were basing our study on a recommendation from the Royal Commission into institutional responses to child sexual abuse, who pointed out the absence of any population level data of this nature. So as I said, 28.5% of Australians have experienced child sexual abuse, so more than 1 in 4. And you can see on the left-hand side of that graph, it's broken down into the 2 types of sexual abuse that we asked questions about. contact sexual abuse and non-contact. So for the contact types, you can see the split on the right-hand side. There's the 3 questions we asked. So before the age of 18, were you ever touched? Was there any attempted forced sex, or was there any forced sex? You can see the rates of those. 18% touching, 13.8% attempted forced sex, and 8.7% statutory rape, basically. What is particularly concerning is the proportion of the population who have experienced sexual abuse at the hands of another adolescent. And so you can see here on the left-hand side, the whole sample, 11% reported something that met our definition of sexual abuse at the hands of another adolescent who they knew, but was not their current or former romantic partner. Our youth sample had even higher rates than the overall sample at 13.7%, so this is not something that's heading in a positive direction across time. But if we break it down, we can see incredibly stark differences for our young men and women. So males 16 to 24, 8.9% said that they had experienced sexual abuse at the hands of an adolescent who wasn't a current or former romantic partner, compared to almost 18% for women. And then looking at the bottom line, those who had experienced sexual abuse from someone who was a current or former romantic partner was 2.5% for the entire sample. Just for the youth sample, it's gone up to 5.7%. But split it down by gender, and you can see massive differences there, 1.8% for men and 9% for young women. So to finish off, what we've found is that child maltreatment is endemic, that exposures to not just one type but multiple types is the typical experience, that Australian youth are suffering now. And while we've seen some drops across our different age cohorts, which I haven't presented any detail on today, for example, physical abuse has dropped from 32% down to 28%, and sexual abuse has dropped from 28.5% overall to 25.7% in our youth sample. That's been offset by increases in some of the other maltreatment types, particularly emotional abuse and exposure to domestic violence. I hope you've already picked up on the theme that I've been emphasising, that girls are at much greater risk, not only of maltreatment occurring, but of the health impacts, and that those health impacts are accruing quite early. So we're seeing very clear patterns in the 16 to 24-year-olds. And of those, I think one of the most worrying is what we're seeing is a national crisis in self-harm and suicide attempts. So I'd like to welcome Meredith back up, and perhaps we can work through together what we see as some of the implications for our health systems and for Australia that flow from some of this data. Now, one of the things that we've talked about, Meredith, is the idea of being trauma-informed. What do you think that looks like from a sort of a health service perspective?
Yeah, well, I guess, your research has really shown us that we should be starting our practice expecting that women in particular, who come to our public hospital service in a range of different areas, are more than likely to have suffered child maltreatment. So I don't think we start our day thinking that, but we need to acknowledge that that's the real lived experience for the majority of our population, actually. And so starting with that knowledge, I think, is the first thing. I don't think that that's something that is widely known or understood across the health system.
Yeah. And just as that's true for adults, of course, it's also true for children. And so when we see a child presenting, we have that same view that while our data, of course, is, any exposure to child maltreatment up to age 18, if you've got a 12-year-old, they're sort of, halfway through childhood. So, half or 2/3 of a chance of being part of that 60%. What we want to try and do is make sure that at whatever point we're engaging with them, that we're putting them on a trajectory towards safety rather than increased harm. The next point on here, I'm interested in health systems' ability to be attuned to these different times of risk. I mentioned particularly the 4 that were associated with more than double the risk of multi-type maltreatment. are they ones that you've currently kind of got eyes on and are aware of, or is that going to take a shift in, kind of policy and practice to get there?
In terms of asking about them?
Well, or being attuned to it. Yeah.
So I think this, it comes to one of the difficulties in the health system is time. And are we spending the time with families or are we allowed to have the time with families to explore some of these really complex issues? And again, just understanding and knowledge. Like, even if we did have the time, we all, for those who are clinicians amongst us, we know how to take a history from a family. I don't think we are as adept at taking a history around some of this sort of background and social circumstances, adverse childhood experiences, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Yes, Catherine.
Go for it.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Only if you have a microphone.
Only if you've got a
Catherine.
microphone, yes.
I think we're over to questions.
Yes,
Is
yeah,
that all right?
absolutely.
Can you just put the Slido
Yes.
QR code, because there may be people who want to ask questions in Slido and not anonymously. So I'm just trying to digest those statistics, which are quite impactful. But I'll hand the microphone to Catherine Turnbull, who's here from the Department of Child DHW. Thank you, Catherine.
Excellent presentations. I just wanted to add to your last comment about the work that we're doing with the CPSs and the Department for Premier and Cabinet, where we're actually getting the data and trying to connect the data points so that we can actually give a picture of both the mothers, fathers and the children, so that we can start to have, for example, in Sunrise, a place in Sunrise so that clinicians can look and go, aha, this is a child that we need to be doing something extra for, or we need to be prioritising, so that we're trying to flip the system around, because we know clinicians are so busy that going and finding that information yourself, you don't always have time to do. So I'm hoping that will improve things.
And I think within that, Catherine, I think that will improve. I think we also need to reorient our understanding of child maltreatment. We're used to asking about a whole range of behaviours that someone might be experiencing, and it doesn't faze us to ask about those. But somehow when it comes to child abuse and neglect, we feel much more squeamish. And also there's this...
to get this to the attention of more than the people who work in child protection. If I look around the room, there's an awful lot of child protection people here. I suppose my question to you, Daryl, and also to Di, is how do we actually get this message to people who are in ED, people who are in all of the other divisions in the hospital? How do we get it to SA Health? Because we should be putting in services much, much earlier so we're not getting to these suicidal levels.
I can see psychiatry, adult physicians, gynecologists. Anyway, I can see a nice smattering of...
It's still not a lot of the hospital.
No, fair enough,
And this
Jackie.
is an issue we've had for years.
I think having this slot in Research Week is an amazing opportunity and a really good start, because what I didn't say at the beginning is National Child Protection Week was 2 weeks ago. It's every year in September, and rather than doing a separate forum there, wrapping it into Research Week, I think has been a really wonderful step forward. But clearly, educating health professionals is number one.
Look, I think there's things that need to be done at the pre-service education level. So we need to be training our doctors, our allied health professionals, etc., to know this data. But secondly, to then have practice models and access to evidence-based interventions to be able to do something differently. And of course, depending on what your role is, if you're a paediatrician, you might be doing something different to if you're a child and family welfare worker who maybe knows how to deliver parenting programs and build the capability of parents to care in a safe, non-violent, emotion-focused way. But you've got to get those two sets of disciplines, and it's nice to see the two of you sitting right next to each other, because we have our representative of the child and family welfare sector services here in South Australia. We need to be able to have those services interconnecting so that we can get, the right access to supports in non-stigmatising ways. What's great is, of course, that health services are often places that families go that don't carry stigma. So once they do, you've got a captive audience there that unfortunately, the statutory child protection system, when you get the knock on the door, who welcomes, the knock on the door from the statutory child protection system? Whereas you're more likely to, when you're in the consult with a paediatrician, see that as helpful and meeting your needs as a family. So maybe we need totally different service models. Maybe we need to have experts located in different places, so different ways of engaging.
I think also whenever we are thinking about any individual issue at SALHN, ambulance ramping just as a topical issue, we need to go, what could we do to prevent this? We could address child maltreatment, because we know that the vast majority of people who are presenting to our emergency departments with mental health presentations have a history of child maltreatment. So we need to really start advocating, to see that in every issue and to think about how it affects us. Much like when COVID started and we had COVID plans for every part of the hospital, we need to be having a child maltreatment plan for every part.
I think when you talk about child maltreatment as a public health issue, we do hear a lot about COVID. Taryn has a question, and then Eleanor will go to.
Hi, I'm a psychiatrist by background. Just on income inequality as a public health issue, the rates of suicide have doubled in the lowest quintile in Australia in the last 10 years. Other groups have stabilised. So just as a public health measure, do you think income protection, social welfare, unemployment benefits have had a part to play in some of the data of the increasing trends in 15 to 24-year-olds in socioeconomically disadvantaged areas? And it might be a welfare policy that we need to look at as a public health strategy for child protection and child maltreatment.
Yeah, well, with the doubling of risk of multi-type maltreatment, so that's not just of one type, but, of all types of maltreatment associated with growing up in circumstances of economic hardship. So would giving adequate, economic resources to families be part of the solution? Absolutely, I think we should think about it, but we need to back it up then with other things that build the skills and capabilities, because we don't want to frame it as being this is just a problem of the poor and see it as almost a discriminatory practice, but we can't ignore the data that shows that it is something that's associated with double the risk.
Can I ask, there are a couple of questions on the Slido, if that's all right. The first one is there any examples of innovative service models interstate or overseas that provide this much needed good early intervention?
Yes. So there's two groups that I can think of. One is in Singapore, there's a research collaboration called CHILD. I'm trying to remember what it stands for. Presumably it starts with child health. I can't remember the rest of it, but that is government, hospital, university services who are all doing research into this, and then that actually directly translates to communication with families and change in practice. The other is a model called social paediatrics in Quebec, which is a community-based healthcare and education system set right into our community hubs, where it's multi-agency, walk-in service. It's everything from breakfast clubs and homework clubs through to healthcare set in the community. There are models that we could look at that really provide those holistic wraparound services with what I call hidden infrastructure. Families shouldn't have to deal with all the different forms and systems that we have. We really want it community-based, holistic services. So there are models there that we could be looking to.
Yeah, community-based hubs, I think, are absolutely the key to this. And we've got some examples in Australia. So in a very disadvantaged area of Greater Perth, there's the Chalice Community School, and what they've done is they've brought all of the health and allied health services on location in the school. So even before the parents are thinking about sending their kids to the school, they're already going on-site to the school for whatever the health checkup might be, and that way you avoid the waiting list. They don't even know, an appointment change happens and then the parents don't turn up. Well, did they even get the email or the telephone message, etc.? And it flips it around. It's because you're there, you're on site. They just come to you, from the class or whatever it might be.
I'm going to go to Eleanor Atkinson. Thanks, Eleanor.
Hi, I'm an obstetrician gynaecologist, and I guess I was listening to this and thought we're going to have to bring the people who work in antenatal clinics, maternity care, along with us, because I won't work in that clinic anymore, but it just seemed to me a real issue of feeling that we were going to be dumping families in a really dark place by bringing to you know, their plight to attention of the people who might make decisions, and so feeling that we were going to set people up for losing their children.
Yeah.
And so you've got to have a way of making it obvious that's not really the case.
So I think that, thanks for that comment/question in there. I think the way is that we need to see this now as a common and non-modifiable in the, you can't change someone's history, although we can change the impact of it. So it's common, non-modifiable risk factor for adverse outcomes. So if we can stop talking about, I'm not saying this is how you were talking about Eleanor, but if we can stop the conversation about, you know, who has hurt the children and turn it into, this is actually a really common experience for children, young people and adults, and something that we need to see as a risk factor for adverse outcomes and then respond to it, much in the same way that, you know, the smoking campaign started when we first became aware of how impactful that was on disease. Yeah.
The findings that we had about emotional abuse being up there with sexual abuse impacts suggests that we need a revolution in our parenting capability, and that means those who have eyes on, which is largely, you know, the people in this room, where you're likely to see those interactions and likely to be able to praise and encourage the best quality parenting and get access to supports, whether it be, you know, you providing just, you know, some incidental, you know, coaching and mentoring of what are non-violent, you know, non-coercive ways of parenting, but also bringing in colleagues who can deliver those evidence-based parenting supports in a concrete way.
So thank you. I'm going to wrap it up because we're out of time. People can see the questions and comments up there, which are really very rich, and I think we're also fortunate that we have recorded this presentation, so we could also then roll it out to our midwifery colleagues, for example, picking up your point, Jackie and Eleanor, and, you know, much more broadly sort of SALHN-wide. So, you know, it's really, really important for us that are providing care across the spectrum. So you've been very informative with the evidence, so we really want to thank you. Can everyone please thank Meredith and Daryl for their presentations.
Hi, we'll get started with the next presentation. Hi, I'm Dr. Andrea Bass. I'm a psychiatrist and I'm the head of unit at Noarlunga Psychosis Community Mental Health Team and for the Trevor Parry Centre, which is a mental health community-based residential rehabilitation service based at Noarlunga. I'm pleased to be introducing a fellow psychiatrist at SALHN Research Week. Over recent years, our mental health division has been cultivating an increased focus on practice-based research and translational practice. Some current projects include the Margaret Tobin Sensory Modulation Room implementation and a current evaluation of this using qualitative and quantitative methods, a virtual reality therapy project at the Veterans Mental Health Unit, and a project looking at music therapy interventions on consumer and staff wellbeing within the Neurobehavioural Unit. Mental health is also the beneficiary of the Southern redevelopment, with the commissioning of new 24-bed mental health rehabilitation unit to be built at Noarlunga Hospital and opening late 2025. This unit will provide longer-term, non-acute inpatient treatment for people with complex mental health conditions who need a period of rehabilitation in a specialist inpatient rehabilitation service. This is a new and much-needed service that does not currently exist within SALHN. The new rehabilitation unit is looking to embed research and best practice care into the service from the very beginning, and we've begun reaching out to interstate and overseas experts, including Dr. Parker. Dr. Parker is a clinical academic psychiatrist who is currently the Director of Research at Metro North Health in Brisbane. He works clinically as the clinical lead of the Early Psychosis Service and holds adjunct academic titles at the University of Queensland and Griffith University. Dr. Parker completed his PhD examining community-based residential mental health rehabilitation services and has established the evidence base for evaluating such services in Australia. His research has included qualitative and quantitative methods and with incorporation of a broad range of stakeholder perspectives. He's published over 50 peer-reviewed publications, including 30 within the last 5 years, where he was the lead or senior author. Dr. Parker is committed to improving the experiences and outcomes of people affected by mental illness through research, education, and collaboration with the NGO sector and enabling policy change. His expertise has been support in roles to support the development of research capacity and culture within public mental health services. So I'm going to hand over to Dr. Parker to present to you on real-world mental health services evaluation, why it matters and what it can achieve.
Thank you, Andrea. Okay, yep. So talking about real-world mental health services research, and really in doing this today, I'm hoping to take you on a little bit of a journey looking at the work that was done at Metro South Addiction and Mental Health Services in Brisbane at our rehabilitation units and how research came to be embedded in our everyday practice and how that was helpful for us as a service in actually answering questions that arose and some of those difficult conversations that come up with funders and various other people. So I'll begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the continent on which we are here today. In particular, the traditional custodians of the area known as Meanjin, the Turrbal and the Yagara people, which is where most of the work I present was undertaken and completed. I also acknowledge that the work I present today, whilst has my name on it, has many other people's names on it as well. There used to be a slide that had all of the collaborators who've been involved in this. Once we got down to about 0.7 font, it just made no sense. So there's well over 100 people who since 2014 have been involved in researching and evaluating these services in Queensland and through the Queensland Knowledge thinking about them in other areas as well. So I'm going to go through first why research matters in my opinion, what the challenge is that's faced by public health services, my case study, and then the key learning that I've taken from that experience, which is really the things that I wouldn't do again in trying to get things working. Okay, so why does research matter? Look, I really like this diagram. It comes from the McEwen Strategic Review of Medical Research. It's a little bit old now, 2013, but it's really hopeful. What do we see? We see Australia sitting up there really nicely placed in terms of life expectancy and reasonably placed in terms of the cost per capita, which looks really promising. The McEwen Review emphasised the importance of active investment in research and development, investment in continuous improvement processes within our hospital and health systems as a way of maintaining the standards and doing things better. And really kind of talk about how money needs to go into doing this and making it happen. Another thing I really like from that McEwen Review is this diagram that talks about, well, what are we talking about? How do we actually improve the outcomes of our health services? They had three ways. The one up the top is, that basic science, so, lab work and translation of lab work. Hard to do, particularly for public mental health services, which have very little money and a great deal of demand and many other crises running at any one point in time. Secondly, that translational focus, taking things from elsewhere and trying to implement them to do things better. But the bottom line is the one that really seems to get traction with me in thinking about how I might have conversations with my line managers and various other people about why they should put money into research and evaluation efforts. So that's looking at ways to eliminate adverse events and waste, finding ways to do the things we're already doing better and to do less of them in a way that opens us up to do things that may be more helpful in the future. And certainly that kind of research is a lot of what I'll be presenting today, and I think is far easier, at least in the mental health service, to sell, as this is something that we must do. So it's an optimistic slide I presented about Australian health services in general, but it's a really pessimistic picture in my mind, looking at mental health services and the outcomes we achieve, particularly for people with severe mental illness. This is an old slide now. It's looking at data about life expectancy, basically showing that if you've got schizophrenia, your life expectancy gap is worsening compared to the rest of the population. We're kind of looking somewhere between 12 to 25 years younger that you're going to die if you had that diagnosis. And that's getting worse, not getting better. All of the benefits that are coming for the rest of the Australian population are being missed by people living with severe mental illness. What really disturbed me too is that, well, I can't present a slide that has data that's only going up to 2006. I must find something better. But the most recent systematic review looking at life expectancy in severe mental illness, the most recent data they had for Australian people was from 1998. So not only do we know there's a problem, there's a question in my mind, are we doing enough to understand that? And are we actually doing the things that need to be done to make them better? This is a beautiful slide from New South Wales Health that kind of pulls that problem apart really nicely. You know, why are people with severe mental illness dying so young? Well, it's not because they're killing themselves. It's not because of suicide. It's because of obesity, cardiovascular disease, a whole respiratory disease, a whole range of problems. The fact that people are far less likely to benefit from what we already know is available in terms of preventative health. You know, if they're diagnosed with cancer, the diagnosis comes later. They're far less likely to get optimal care or recommended care compared to the rest of Australia. So there's a whole range of things we could be doing differently. It's very easy for me to look at that because I find that reassuring. It's like, well, I'm a psychiatrist. Maybe that's not my business. That's someone else's problem. But I think it is, and certainly psychiatry has come to understand that multimorbidity is the norm and actually is our business as much as anybody else's. But do we do the psychiatry stuff well? This is data from the SHIP study, the Survey of High Impact Psychosis, national survey last done in 2010. Where they talked to people with schizophrenia and basically said, what's your life look like? How's it going? Life doesn't look good. You know, they are suffering and struggling. Financial strain, accommodation instability, underemployment or unemployment despite wanting to work. All of these things where we now have psychosocial interventions that have an evidence for impact in improving people's life outcomes and quality of life. Are they getting them? Well, luckily the SHIP study looked at that also. And what do we see there? We see that less than a quarter of people in that sample were receiving any evidence-based psychosocial intervention during the preceding 12 months. These are things that we know that work, therapies that we're supposed to be providing, but maybe we're not. Again, easy for me. Most doctors, like myself, tend to think we do a really good job. And we tend to think, well, that's not me, that's someone else. My service is different, my service is better. And I believed that for a really long time, until I did research within my service and asked the people accessing our services, what do you hope you're going to get from our service? So this was people who were coming to a residential rehabilitation service. These were people who'd been in the service for probably 10 to 20 years before they were admitted to that unit, and asking them at the day they came in, what do you think it's going to be like here? What do you want it to be? Every single one of them disturbingly said, we hope it's going to be different. We hope the nature of care we get in this setting is different to what we've got before. What were they talking about? Well, they wanted staff to be supportive. They wanted to feel like there was a genuine desire from staff to help them. They wanted support that was focused on actually doing things rather than just observing things and seeing how things are going. Individualised care, practical help. You know, they wanted help like being able to do their shopping at Woolworths or Coles rather than having to go to 7-Eleven at 2 in the morning when no one else was there because that was the only time they felt safe. And it's very expensive if you're doing your shopping at 7-Eleven. They also wanted therapy and counselling. Again, you're thinking, well, hasn't mental health service given you that already? But that's what they said. This is what we hope we're going to get here. Also hoping to have choices, to be involved in decisions about their healthcare. When we looked at what people said they wanted, it aligns really well with a document that was published over a decade ago, which is the National Framework for Recovery under Mental Health Services. It outlines what every Australian mental health service should be providing to people living with mental illness. Basically, spot on in every domain. This is what services are meant to be doing, but our consumers are saying, we're not getting it, you're not providing it. Disturbing for me, because most of these consumers I'd known before they were interviewed, I'd been involved in their care for over a decade, and I thought we'd done a really good job, but clearly we weren't. A colleague of mine who did his training here at Flinders, Shuichi Suwatani, put out his opinion piece, and what did he say? He said, really, that what we need to do is engage in failure. That for us to do a better job, we need to not assume that what we do is good enough, and actually look and to try and understand the things that we're doing, how we're getting it wrong and thinking about it. He used the metaphor of playing golf in the dark. You know, well, if you're not even looking where you're hitting the balls, how do you know if you're doing a good game? more junior colleagues sensibly said, well, maybe you're not playing golf in the dark, maybe you're playing the wrong game, maybe it's not even golf and you don't know it. So actually critically engaging with what we do and reflecting on it, collecting information, gives us that opportunity to potentially do things differently. I get the sense here that your organisation is far further along the line than many places I've worked in the past in this. But this idea of a learning health system, the idea that we collect information, we analyse information, we act on it, we talk to stakeholders, we think about what's important, and we strive to continually do things better and to improve. Tricky thing is that costs money, time, resources. But from my point of view, I don't see how a mental health service can actually close that gap unless they endeavour to be more than a service providing mental health care. They have to be a service that also cares about doing things better, doing things differently, and takes the time and effort to make that happen. So lots of rhetoric, lots of, yes, research is good, research is really important, but does a research culture actually make any difference? There's not a lot of literature. So this is a systematic review, I think it was 2017, the font's too small for me to read. What did they find? They found 8 empirical studies that they could put into that for healthcare organisations trying to build a research culture. What's the impact? What did they find? Well, all of the studies that they looked at found positive associations between an active investment in research and evaluation activities and outcomes, patient satisfaction, staff satisfaction and retention, mortality rates. It looks like a fairly convincing story emerging there. I mean, I know that this is all from the USA and the UK, no mental health services, but the message seems to be taking the effort and time and investment pays off in the long term. So how do we actually make this happen? How do we embed research in a public mental health service? And I've got to say, the services I work in are good services filled with good people, but they're struggling. You know, they don't have the resources, they don't have the staff, they don't have a lot of money lying around. So there's so much rhetoric. These are opinion pieces, letters. I'm guilty of having my name on several of them, talking about how we should do things better for academic psychiatry. We need more funded positions. We need more grants. We need more protected time. The tricky thing with this is a lot of this is about research and researchers. And I think it's probably missing the point because the public mental health service is not a research institution. And its job isn't to support researchers or support the profile of individuals. It's actually to provide the best care they can. And I think that really what's important is reframing research not as something that we must do because it's inherently good, but as a process to achieve the outcomes that our organisations seek to achieve and have failed to do so for a very long time. So how do you make it happen? And again, the literature is fairly scant. There's another systematic review, and they were saying that firstly, what you need to do is employ talent. Unless you've got people employed in your organisation who've done research, who understand it, it's going to be very hard to build from a low base. And giving them time to do that work. Also, of course, funding, developing, maintaining resources to enable research. So funding people, systems and processes, things that make it easier, reduce that red tape and the barriers. And providing organisational incentives. You know, how do we actually foster our talent? How do we train people within the service? How do we acknowledge and reward them? And being visible and tangible in terms of the leadership support. I think the challenge looking at all this is I don't think there's anything I listed there that doesn't involve spending money. And money is very tight. So getting that message that potentially this is a way that we save money, a way that we do things better in the longer term, I think is a really important message to find how to package and to sell. Our clinicians see barriers, so this is from psychiatrists, from mental health social workers, psychologists. What do they say? We don't have time. We'd love to do it, but we've got too much direct clinical care. Our managers don't support us to do this. We don't have any dedicated time. Our workloads are heavy. There's no supervisors. There's no mentors. We don't have the skills. Now, that's a real challenge, but there are ways to make this happen. And certainly looking at case studies where it's worked, it's often about passionate people. It's about a small group of people who are willing to do it, give it a go, and then bringing the organisation along with you. About the leadership endorsing and supporting, celebrating and making very clear and visible their commitment to research and providing education and training programs to bring the whole staff along with that. Not having research about one or two individuals, but having it being about the whole of organisation. And most importantly, I think an openness to learning. You know, a willingness of the organisation to say, we want to do things better. I think the services that I've least liked working in my career is the services who think they're doing a good job, where people think we're really great, because that's a service that's closed in the way it's thinking and really isn't going to grow and learn and do a good job for the people they're working with. Okay, so I'm going to run to a case study which I think hopefully shows why I think that research is something worth investing in, particularly for a mental health service. When you think about our mental health services, there is so much policy running around. All of these ideas, there's national mental health plans that keep shifting and changing, royal commissions with recommendations, and to be honest, when you look at it, the evidence is not particularly strong. There's a lot of ideas about what we must do or what we should do, but is there evidence to back that? Okay, we also live in a country where we've had investment in all of these plans and commissions and actually hasn't seen things get better. Things have just continued to worsen over the last 30, 40 years. Now, the setting I'm talking about is a Queensland service called a community care unit. You've got the same services in Victoria, and here in South Australia, you've got pretty much identical services called CRCs, Community Recovery Centres or Community Rehabilitation Centres. These are interesting services because they're really expensive. In Queensland, it costs about $800 a day for a person to be there. People come to these services with the expectation that they'll be supported for 1 to 2 years. So every person admitted, someone's thinking, it's worth spending $500,000 on this to provide care here. It's a long duration and a complex intervention. This is mainly people with a diagnosis of schizophrenia or related psychotic illnesses, complex medical comorbidity, often substance use issues as well, and the goal is to support them in an independent living-like setting to build their skills eventually, to live independently and to lead a more meaningful and valued life in the community. Now, there really is an absence, or there was, in terms of contemporary evidence for these services. Apart from that, Australia's kept building more of them. In fact, Queensland, we've tripled the number we've had in the last decade. Not cheap to build, not cheap to run. And certainly they're shifting everywhere else in other states. ACT's opened up, WA is doing the same thing. These are a growing model of care, which is odd because you look at the international shifts and these are services that are not being promoted elsewhere. In the USA, in Europe, people are saying transitional rehabilitation support is something we shouldn't fund, something we should defund. These are bad services, again, because the worry they have is, well, why get someone into a place and then move them on where that will be stressful? You should get them into a house, meet their housing need and support them to keep it. And this is this model called Housing First. And again, a lot of rhetoric, a lot of policy, evidence fairly thin and flimsy around that as well. But still, mental health, we just keep shifting and changing what we should do based on what is in fashion at that time. Okay, this is a nice timeline. I like to call it the timeline of evidence for CCUs in Queensland from the year 2000 when they started onwards. As you can see, there's nothing there. But what happened? So in Queensland, they looked at the success of Victoria and New South Wales with shifting people out of long-stay hospitals into these community dwelling places and said, well, let's give it a go. They were meant to be a home for life. Within about 2 or 3 years, they abandoned that idea and they became transitional services. Again, any data behind that? No. Any thoughts behind that? No. This is just what happens. The models keep shifting and changing. You had about the next 10 years or so, and there's new policies and plans coming in at the national level and state level about consumer and carer involvement in care, about the importance of recovery-oriented care principles. Again, things that I think are really important, but things where was there a strong evidence to shift that? No. Had they actually looked at whether things were working? No. But things shifted and changed. By about 2010, they wanted to close more of these really expensive long-stay beds that cost a lot more than $800 a day to run. So they funded a small number of units to be built. Metro South, where I was working at the time, got 2 of these units. In fact, they built them. They cost $10 million each at the time they were built. There was a lot of fighting with the local community, not wanting people to have these in our backyard, or we don't want this service here. They were built anyway, and they were there. But they actually sat there unused for between 3 to 5 years because they had no money to fund staff, and you couldn't employ clinical staff. So what do health services do? Well, they find practical and pragmatic solutions to make these things work. So I'm telling you the contemporary story, not the story we told at the time. So at the time, what we came up with was a staffing model for these units called the integrated staffing approach, where the majority of people working in the unit were not clinicians. They weren't nurses like they used to be. They were people with a lived experience of mental illness. So people who had their own experience of mental illness and recovery, and their job was to provide the day-to-day support and assistance. Yes, it was consistent with the policy and planning frameworks. Yes, there's a lot of people saying this is how things should be run. Was there a lot of evidence? Not necessarily. In fact, when you look at the experience of the successful integration of lived experience roles in Australian mental health services, but at that time, it wasn't very good. We weren't doing a good job of it. But we did it. And yes, we said, aren't we great? Recovery-oriented, including consumers in the delivery of care. But the pragmatic issue was this was a way to fund a service and to open a service that had sat lying fallow for 5 years and was an embarrassment for everybody. Okay, so they opened these units. They already had one unit that had the traditional model where you had nursing staff being nearly all of the staff working in the team. And then the rest of the state opened a whole pile of new CCUs as well, again linked to closure of beds. But again, everyone was running a different staffing approach. Some people had the clinical approach with nursing staff, some people had the integrated approach with peer workers, some people partnered with NGOs. Why did they have these approaches? Well, they would have all given arguments about this is the best way to do it, and we've looked at the literature, but the reality was it was the only way they could find to fund it adequately to open in their particular region based on what was available. Okay, and the other thing that's happened then is by about 2016 to 2020, these services kept shifting and changing what they do. So I kind of showed that first diagram saying here's the evidence. We can see why it's so hard to get evidence where what's actually being delivered, how it's being set up is constantly changing. And the heterogeneity within a service model makes very little sense if you're trying to actually understand does this work or not, and what are the things that are important to have. Okay, so my mentor, very senior psychiatrist, Associate Professor Francis Stark, very sensibly, when we set up these new units with the integrated staffing model, said, we actually should look at does this work or not. So set up a plan to evaluate it with almost no money, in fact no money at all really allocated to that, but trying to look at the admin data, trying to do a minimal assessment battery at admission and discharge, and doing some interviews to work out has this worked or not? What's going on here? Okay, and that was in 2014 that started, and the goal was to collect data for 3 years on people admitted to services and do a comparison between the two staffing approaches. So we've got a whole pile of papers flowing down here. The first set column is the qualitative research that's come from that. Then we've got a column of the quantitative papers, then a range of papers that kind of emerged related to this work, and the final column is statistically related papers that aren't part of that evaluation but emerged from within the rehabilitation service relating to the enthusiasm and the exposure that staff had for being involved in research. So I guess it's kind of one of those stories of from little things, bigger things can come. This is a basic description of what we did. I find it very useful because the template I'm using in my current service and thinking, how do we actually get data and use data to make things work? So we collected admin data. Is that going to work? No, not going to run up there. Looking before people came in. Freely available with a bit of effort. No effort for us to collect. And we also collected the similar data after people were discharged and set up a process for getting that. Then a comprehensive assessment battery at the time of admission and discharge, and then just the routine outcomes that were there and a range of interviews. We're interested in the expectations, the experiences, and after people left, the reflections of a range of stakeholders. So what have we learnt from that, or what are the things that it actually helped us with? So a key thing that I learnt from this is that providing the right support actually involves talking to people and critically reflecting on what you do. So this is a diagram of, again, people's understanding of the unit at the time they came in. What you'll see is that nearly everyone said it was their choice to be there. Very few people said they were forced to be there or didn't want to come. But why were they there? They were coming there because they had nowhere better to go. Their reason for coming to the unit was that they didn't have accommodation, or the accommodation they lived in was so awful. They were at risk of being assaulted physically or sexually, that there were substances there they were trying to get away from. So it wasn't that they were coming because they wanted rehabilitation or they'd heard that Metro South had such fantastic supports available in these services. They were coming because they had nowhere else to go. Reassuringly though, they understood what the service was about. So they understood that this was a place to work on goals, and it was the idea that they would be transformed in some way by the time they leave, that they expected they would leave this service different to when they came in. The goals that they talked about were living independently, getting a job, social reintegration. Again, entirely consistent with the skill set of the staff, which is all about independent living skills and community access and involvement. But again, they weren't coming to this service for rehabilitation. That wasn't their motivation. They were coming because they had nowhere else to go. This is some interviews we did with staff at the clinical service at Metro South that have been running for quite a few years at this time, where we said, hey, what do you think your job is here? What goes on at this place? And they said, well, really two things. You've got recovery, which is a process of the consumers that go through when they're here and we're meant to support. We support that through rehabilitation. There's a little kind of wavy line of ambivalence there, which is a message that staff gave of they have to be ready. This idea of rehabilitation readiness. What was staff meaning by that? Well, they said, actually, if this is going to work for people, they've got to want what we're selling. They have to be motivated to engage. You know, they can't have acute mental health issues, they can't be using substances, and importantly also, you know what, accommodation can't be their main reason for coming here. So you've got this huge disconnect. You've got staff who are saying people have to come here wanting what we provide for it to work. But you've got the reality where most people coming to the service aren't there for rehabilitation. That's not what's motivated them at all. And I think this was really helpful, talking with the staff, talking with our consumers as well. You know, in fact, we presented data like this to forums with staff and consumers. And staff were able to reflect on maybe this idea of rehabilitation readiness isn't particularly helpful. You know, maybe it might be our job as staff to motivate people. Maybe we have to realise that whilst we think we've got really good interventions here and we've learned, you know, the evidence-based psychosocial interventions, that the work we need to do when people arrive is help them to understand how what we have to offer might align with their goals. So another lesson that I think I was able to learn from looking at this data, and our service was as well, is that treating everyone the same tends to be a recipe for disaster. Okay, so remember I mentioned that we were doing that assessment battery. So this is some data that we were able to do because we had a battery of assessments done on people at the time they came in. So we were able to run some exploratory analyses to look at, are people really all the same? And I'll be honest, I've written in people's notes, hopefully more than a decade ago, things like, you know, severe negative symptoms or TRS, you know, acronym for treatment-resistant schizophrenia. Some of the most unhelpful things you can write in someone's chart because they mean so little and they don't direct you at all about what help you might give someone. And certainly when you look at the way these services have been talked about in the literature previously, they talk about, well, you come to a CCU if you've got schizophrenia, if you're a male, if you're between 35 and 45, and you've normally got some complex issues. This kind of homogenous idea that you've got treatment-resistant schizophrenia or psychosis, and that's what this service is for. So because we had data from a range of measures, and what do we have? We had the LSP, which is a measure of disability. We had the HONOS, which is a general measure of mental health and well-being. We had the BPRS, which is a psychiatric symptom measure. The SANS, which looks at negative symptoms. SFS, social functioning scale, which is a kind of measure of how many movies you go to with friends and various things like that from the UK. And the audit and alcohol use measure. They just happened to be what we'd agreed as a team to measure. But we stuck them in and did some modelling to look at, actually, how do people group together in their scores and performance? So what you can see on the diagram here is some standardised scores of the three clusters that emerged through that analysis. Okay, so the first cluster is a smaller proportion of people, not a big group. This is a group of people, you know, who are really characterised by the fact that they've got substance use issues at the time that they're coming in. Not only did they have higher scores on the audit, they also had substance use problems when we did the secondary analyses. They've got kind of moderate levels of symptoms and disabilities compared to the rest of the cohort, but that substance use is their defining characteristic. And looking at that, thinking, well, hold on, if they're coming in with substance use, what are we providing at the time they come in? These units have rules and regulations about whether you can drink or not drink, whether you can be intoxicated. You know, are we doing enough to keep these people here in the service? Are we giving them that support? And certainly for us as a team, it had us thinking, what more might we need to do? You know, thinking about things like, well, I'd never prescribed naltrexone in my life as a psychiatrist. As a registrar, I'd never been taught to prescribe it. Thinking, maybe this is something we should be giving a go here. And certainly then having experiences that if you identify people early with substance use problems, you might be able to change their behaviours in a positive way that supports them to remain in that service. Okay, so cluster 3, this is an interesting group of people because you look at it and compared to the rest of the cohort, they're relatively well. They're actually doing much better. They've got lower levels of disability, lower levels of symptoms, and when we looked at the secondary analyses, they were much more likely to be in a stage of recovery called the growth phase. That's using an Australian measure called the Story 30. In the growth phase, people are saying, my life's going well. You know, things are moving in the right direction. I feel really confident. And thinking, well, hold on, we've got a service here that costs $800 a day. We're thinking $500,000 per person when you come in. If you've got almost half of your people who've got relatively lower levels of symptoms, who actually think that they're recovering already, maybe we need to focus on that discharge planning from the day that people come. Maybe we need to be realising we don't promise people that they're going to stay at the service for a year to 2 years, that we focus more on that short-term goal of the 3 months, but promising to support them until they've got to that point where they feel confident that they can move on. So again, shifting and changing the simple ways that we thought about the model of service and applying it in a more nuanced way rather than this is the admission criteria, this is how long you stay for, this is what it looks like here. And finally, and most importantly, cluster 2, I think of the group of people who I was really interested in seeing, and certainly our staff really valued pulling apart and seeing this group of people who actually have higher levels of impairment than everyone else on every other measure, apart from substance use, because they don't have substance use problems. But this group of people, when we looked at the secondary analyses and that recovery measure, they were most likely to be in a stage of recovery called moratorium. It's a stage of people saying, I'm stuck, things won't get better, my life isn't moving anywhere, what's the point in trying? And then remembering that idea of rehabilitation readiness that staff had held in their mind for such a long time. In fact, we used to push it back to referrers all the time. They're not rehab ready, they don't have goals. But thinking, surely this group of people is our core business. And looking at the data in this way was really helpful for the teams that I was working with to get a sense of why we might need to work so hard with people to try and engage them in the support that we had available. Okay, so the other part of another part of the data we got was the discharge assessment battery, repeating those same measures again. That became really helpful getting discharge data because in Queensland we've got a benchmarking unit that gives every 2 years a whole pile of KPI type data about how our units are going compared to the other parts of the state. Disturbingly, our 3 services in Metro South had unplanned discharge rates of 40 to 50%. So nearly 1 in every 2 people who was admitted was walking out the door before the care had been completed. So how was that defined? Basically start saying, at the time of the discharge, was that a discharge that was expected and had been supported by the staff? So an unplanned discharge might include someone saying, I've had enough of you guys, I'm going home, I don't want to be here anymore, see you later. It could also be people who are being asked to leave, which is a majority of cases. So people who have breached part of the unit protocols, generally around substance use or aggression, and being asked to move on. So because we had that data, we were able to actually not just say, in fact I can tell you what we did say initially, well that's because we follow the rules properly and unlike everyone else we're able to set limits and do all that kind of stuff. So once we'd let go of that and that kind of, we're doing okay, we were able to look at the data and say, what can we take from this? Why are our people leaving? Okay, so what do we see? So we did some modelling with that, looking at the admission factors and looking at what predicted unplanned discharge. We found that younger people were more likely to leave. Maybe they had more supports available still. Maybe their families were still intact, were able to take them back. Alcohol use obviously was a predictor. Again, maybe relating to the unit protocols, maybe relating to people wanting to move on because they'd breached the rules. Social functioning, people who were functioning better at the time of admission were more likely to go. Again, maybe they've got more capacity to mobilise resources. Remembering that accommodation availability was a key factor. Maybe this group of people were better able to find an alternative that was a better place for them to live in their mind. And the stage of recovery of the growth stage. So that's not a clinician assessment, that's a self-assessment. So someone may say, I'm doing really well, and they may have issues with insight, or they may actually be doing really well in their mind and in the mind of others. But that mindset of, I'm doing okay in my life at the time someone was admitted, predicted the likelihood of then leaving that service early. So again, we kind of looked, what can we take from this, how can we make sense? And we used the groups to try and pull them apart and work out what are the differences. We had so many variables in the data set we were collecting. Disturbingly, nothing was different between the people who chose to leave and the people who were asked to leave, apart from one thing. And that one thing was whether there was a history of trauma documented somewhere in their admission notes. No differences in terms of diagnosis, no differences in terms of gender, no differences in terms of substance use or levels of symptoms. One thing differentiated them, and that was that their trauma was significant enough that someone bothered to write it down. And I say bothered to write it down because we know that people living with severe mental illness, more than 50%, have experienced significant trauma. The rates of trauma we were having written down were probably 1 in 10%. So it had to be pretty bad. So again, there's something here in that. What were we doing wrong? And I know, as I said, that we often like to be defensive and say we're doing okay. Certainly when I used to hear about trauma-informed care, I think, I don't need to learn about that. I'm a psychiatrist, I'm a mental health professional. My team says, oh, here comes another thing we're being told we need to do, but we know what this is. But again, the data was able to tell us we didn't. The data was able to say there's something about what we're doing that's making people who've been traumatised not feel safe or not want to be there. So again, the opportunities became available, not because we'd planned to do this, but because we had the data and it was collected in a way where it was robust enough to be able to analyse it. So the nice thing about identifying these problems and being able to use data to understand what might be going on is you get a chance to fix it. This is just 2 little papers I'll talk very quickly about. With the substance use issues, we identified our people were leaving early if they used alcohol. We'd identified that there was a subgroup of people with significant alcohol use problems on admission that we weren't doing much about. So we spent a long time trying to convince the Alcohol and Drug Service that they could come and work with us. They said, no, people have got to want to be there, they've got to come and see us. And I thought, oh, this sounds a bit like what we used to say to people. But we convinced them, actually, no, the people who are wanting you to help here have got schizophrenia. Many of them have huge problems with motivation. Many of them have issues with insight. And if you're expecting them to come to you, they won't. And if you don't come here to help us, they're going to leave, and that's going to have them be stuck in these problems on an ongoing basis. So we got them there, we ran a pilot. What did it show? No one had actually done a drug and alcohol group intervention that we could find in the literature in a residential rehabilitation service for severe mental illness, but it showed you can do it. Also showed that people enjoyed it, that people valued it, and there was a sense subjectively that it was helping them to manage their drinking. Similarly, the trauma-informed care issue, the fact that there was something we were missing, the organisation was then able to say, we've got to do something about it. They were able to then put some money aside to actually build a program for trauma-informed care for rehabilitation services and to implement that. Again, I think one of the hard things is we have so many good ideas as clinicians. We think we know what the solutions are, and if only someone would help us do it. But getting the data there enables us to be able to convince other people to make that happen. Okay, so the other thing about having data readily available is it makes it much easier for frontline workers and clinicians to influence the people that matter. And certainly with the research that we've done in this space in Queensland, that's been really helpful. Talking about arguments we might be having with the executive of the hospital, arguments with the chief psychiatrist and the mental health branch, all kinds of issues. So an example of that is the issue of how these units should be staffed and run, and the issue of whether we should have clinicians or non-clinicians, lived experience workers or NGO partners working there. In fact, there was a time when I think our mental health branch was thinking about selling these services off to the NGO sector, and we were able to use our data help to convince them that actually we were doing something meaningful here. There were outcomes being achieved. Okay, so this paper was one that we did talking to consumers who had been at the unit for 12 to 18 months and saying, what's it like being here? People were really positive about the unit and the experience. And the main thing they were positive about was the staff. We had data from the integrated models, we had data from the clinical model, and people didn't say, oh, clinicians are bad, or we don't like nurses, or anything like that. What they did say, though, when they had the opportunity to be under the integrated model is, we really value having these peer workers here. You know, so there was a message there saying, when the opportunity is there, the consumers value it. And they were talking about things like bridging the gap with clinicians, being able to feel understood and heard, reducing power differentials, saying, we like getting care in this way. Okay. So here's another paper, and this is where we talk to the staff under the integrated model, again, a year to 18 months after they've been there. What's it like working here? How's it working? And certainly I've got to say, when I took the job as a psychiatrist at these two units as a junior consultant, I had people tap me on the shoulder and say, Stephen, don't do it, it's a bad idea. You know, you're going to end up on the front page of the Courier Mail, this is going to fall apart, there's going to be riots, you know, you'll be in the coroner's court. None of that happened, but people were really worried. They were worried, how would this work? You know, peers would be unwell all the time, and it was bizarre in retrospect, the things that people were concerned about. But what did our staff say? Our peers and our clinicians were all universally positive about the experience. The clinicians said, I really like working in this way. I finally understand what recovery means. They'd been mental health clinicians for 10 to 20 years. But they were saying, something about working in this way with lived experience workers has helped me to get what it's actually all about. The peer workers, and again I'd flagged before that a lot of the Australian literature on integrating lived experience workers and mental health services has not been positive. Not saying it's been ineffective, but saying lived experience workers often really struggle. They feel disempowered, they feel stressed, they don't feel supported. But the peer workers here were saying, actually, we've got a really important role here. We facilitate engagement, we establish rapport, we help people to be understood, and that they felt that they were valued in their role, not just by consumers, but also by staff. So again here, a message coming through that consumers value this, and staff, including clinicians, value working in this way. Okay, so finally, and I should give you some quantitative data because that's always a helpful thing to do, and people want to know, do people get better or not? So as I said, people worry the world would fall apart. These are messy diagrams. These are looking at individualised change across a range of outcomes. All you need to look at is what's in those green triangles, which is showing on a range of measures, most people are likely to get better. So that's a reliable improvement, so a statistically significant improvement. And there was basically no difference between consumers admitted under the integrated model and those admitted under the clinical model. You know, one variable was different, which is the BPRS, but of course you can't really trust observational data. You've got to dig into it a little bit deeper. So what did we do from there? Well, we did the covariate analyses and did the modelling to work out what else is running in here. Is there a difference between the staffing models? And reassuringly, when you looked at that, there were a number of outcomes where staffing models seemed to impact, but integrated staffing model consistently for BPRS, for HONOS, which is that wellbeing measure, and for social functioning scale, made people more likely to have a reliable improvement in their outcome. So again, this kind of data has been really helpful. Knowing that the world didn't fall apart, certainly it was helpful in the way Queensland is thinking about these services and the way they're looking to move. This data and this kind of data and other related work was helpful for the Victorian Royal Commission in informing their recommendation 12 about new rehabilitation models for adults with severe mental illness. You know, a lot of stuff that comes through from having information available. Okay, so what have I actually learnt from this, or what did we learn as an organisation? I'm going to run through this really quickly. So I think a really important lesson for me is that research should never be the goal. Like, your goal shouldn't be to publish a paper or to get a high impact publication. Research is a process to achieve what you want to do as a clinician and as an organisation. Keeping that in mind makes life much easier and also helps you from trying to overshoot with your ambitions. So you want to deliver better care, you don't want to deliver research. You want to collect data that's embedded as part of a process. You know, the worst thing about this CCU evaluation is a lot of people said, oh, we're collecting Stephen's data. It's like, oh God, For Stephen's PhD, which was a really terrible way to do it. Like, we actually needed more ownership from the whole of the organisation that this is really valuable, this is why we're doing this is part of what we do. So not linked to a person or a project. Aim of the gold standard is a recipe for disaster. I see this all the time. People want to do really good research and not realising you've got to do good enough research, particularly in mental health service where everyone's so busy doing other things. I've learnt to really know the limitations of my data, know the limitations of my data set, and actually think, well, that's my saving grace. That's what allows us to get something done, to learn something that's going to help us in a timely enough manner to actually move forward. And of course, investing in non-clinical roles can really support that process. You need a whole team commitment, and without that, you end up with Swiss cheese data, which you really don't want to have happen. So you want to link your projects to your strategic priorities and your clinical priorities, not to people. You want to help your teams to get value from data. So what do you need to do? Well, you don't get them to collect measures. You get them to do an assessment, and you have a process that gives them immediate feedback based around the measures that are collected that helps guide the care they're delivering. Leadership's really important, so you need to have leadership on board and pushing this forward and nurturing talent, identifying champions and building that ownership. You don't want one person or a researcher to feel like they're in charge of the project. The whole of the team needs to own that. Complete minimally adequate data is always going to be better than whatever ambition you may have in terms of what you need to know or want to know. You don't want to duplicate effort. Use your admin data. It's terrible, it's not good, but you know what? It's often good enough to answer these questions. And the problem I've had, like, remember that timeline with showing how quickly things shift and change in the way these services are operating? The time frame that the decision makers need data to guide their decisions in no way fits with the time frame it takes to do gold standard research. So good enough is often the best you can do. Using brief but valid measures. There are lovely things like the PAN 6, which has 6 items rather than a huge number of items and taking an hour to do with an interview. You can use self-report that someone completes for you. Limiting your collection instances, only taking 1 or 2 measures rather than taking it every couple of months or every session, seeing how things are going. And using technology to help move things forward. RedCap, Microsoft Forms is great, iPads, basically anything that's going to stop you from having to touch the data, duplicate data entry, and anything that forces people entering data to enter that data in a way that's going to be valid. Partnerships are key. Partnerships open up support and opportunities and also allow us to focus on what we have our strengths as clinicians and clinician researchers, which is actually knowing patients, understanding clinical issues and understanding services. If you can convince your clinicians to enrol in a research higher degree, you are moving very much in the right direction because you can get external supervisory support that would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars for a project. And if they're invested in that project as an external supervisor, they will help carry that through. So it's certainly something to look for and to try and find the talent within the organisation and link them forward with the relevant institutions. Again, know what's really important and going to your partners not with what can you do for us, but thinking what have we got for you. So certainly now I'm much more looking to think of ways that I can build data and data sets that are going to be attractive to someone outside of the organisation than going to someone else and saying, hey, we need your help, when they're thinking, well, actually, this is going to be really hard work. And getting your processes in order makes a huge difference. Novice researchers struggle with the red tape. It takes forever to get through. So building protocols for different study types, building models and templates for your ethics applications, all of these things are going to help this to happen. Okay, so I've kind of summarised my key learning there, and I've probably got a few minutes left for questions if anyone had anything they wanted to ask about.
Growth of people that are similarly inclined to yourself?
Yeah, so my current role at Metro North is relatively new for me. So I'll answer that by talking about Metro South. And I guess what I think about is the journey. I've been presenting data from this project now for almost a decade. And the number of people on that acknowledgement slide's just got bigger and bigger and bigger. When you look at the number of people who've been co-authors on papers, it's about 30 or 40 from the organisation who'd never been an author before. So it's novice researchers getting involved and engaged. When you look at some of the things that happened, again, building that there allowed things to develop and grow. So other people become interested. People think, I can do that. So I know that the trauma-informed care paper was led by someone who'd been involved in the dual diagnosis group project that we'd set up as a very small pilot, but actually getting that sense of, we can do this. I think you have to start small, but it does build and grow, and the more the capacity is there, the more the opportunities will arise.
Thanks.
Oh, yep. Okay, talking about Microsoft Forms. Are people familiar with Microsoft Forms? Goodness, what a lovely thing that appeared in Office 365 one day. Like, where did it come from? I thought I'd wanted this for so many years. It's a lovely process. It's a bit like REDCap. You can set up your surveys, you can set up your rules, you can have branching logic in there. But why should you be interested in it? Well, depending on your organisation, certainly where I work, it's approved within the organisation. Ethics committees are willing to let you use it for data collection as well. And what does it do? Very quickly, you can set up to get information in a way that is robust and valid. Setting those rules about what text can go into a particular field, setting those rules about whether you click submit. I used to have a filing cabinet with thousands and thousands of forms sitting in it, many of which were incomplete, lots of holes in the data. But Microsoft Forms, much like REDCap and other data collection systems, allow you to ensure you get the right data and that people can't move that forward. Again, I think you make people's life easy if you don't ask them to do too much, because unless they've got all the way to the end and click submit, there's no point. So, as I said before, I mean, for me, the minimally acceptable data set is a really key thing to think about. Okay. What was the most effective way to change the mindset of clinicians, e.g. thinking people need to be ready? I guess it's presenting back the data. These are clinicians who were involved in the study, as participants. Clinicians were involved in it as researchers. When you actually collect your data and you present it back to the people you're collecting it from, it's incredibly powerful. I do try when I do, before I write a discussion of any paper, of any project, to actually go back to the people that I collected the data from and ask them, what do you think of this? What do you make of this? Because particularly if you're an outsider, you're not going to understand it. It's pretty obvious to staff when they're looking at that data to realise, hold on, this idea doesn't work. Nearly everyone coming here is saying they're here for accommodation and we're focusing on them being ready. When you looked at that data as well, which clinicians really liked, that cluster analysis, exploratory analysis of the admission data, that was really powerful. I mean, that is low-level research. That is not very robust work. But it was something that people thought, this tells me something. This tells me I should do something different. And I think that sometimes data can be really helpful in that way. You don't pretend it's telling you more than it does, but certainly having data helps get that message across.
Thanks, Stephen. Really enjoyed your presentation. Probably got a comment more than a question, but I really liked, I guess, the part of your presentation which talked to sort of reflecting on your own practice and what we're doing well or what we're not doing so well. I guess sort of one of the experiences, or one of the things that I think's really important is to be able to step back and sort of have the courage to know when what you're doing isn't actually working, and to be able to acknowledge that and front up to that and adapt the way you do things. I think sort of one of the most confronting experiences for me was I've sort of spent an early part of my career working in a CRC as an occupational therapist, and with consumers naturally sort of interested in employment, I was taking a very stepwise approach to supporting people to gain employment, which fundamentally the sort of evidence doesn't suggest works. And then, a number of years later, stumbled across the evidence for individual placement and support, evidence-based supported employment. Interestingly, the evidence suggests that among the biggest barriers to consumer employability is actually clinician low expectations. And so, we sort of had to go through, a process of being able to, recognise our own sort of failures in putting sort of unnecessary barriers up to people participating in employment interventions, but then look to adapt our practice to adopt something that actually works. The other thing I was just curious about with your comments around CRCs and the evidence for them is naturally, I'm sure you've heard that we're soon to get a 24-bed inpatient rehabilitation service, and we've got an existing 20-bed community rehabilitation centre. I'm just wondering, I think the introduction of the new inpatient beds probably allows us to reconsider, a slight or somewhat an adaptation or reform of the existing CRC, and I was sort of curious as to whether you had any ideas as to, what might be possible in terms of what might the evidence suggest would be a sort of more effective alternative, recognising that we've got a facility, so you've sort of in some ways got to utilise that.
Yeah, I think you've made a couple of points, like you were talking about, that capacity to reflect critically on what we do, and I think that that's really important in any health service, and particularly mental health, where we're dealing with complexity. And you were talking about your own learnings around vocational rehabilitation support, and then realising, well, actually, IPS is the only model where there's any chance of anyone being in competitive employment. Your odds are about 20%, which is still pretty low, but that's infinitely higher, than 1 to 2%. And then thinking, well, what could we do differently here? Look, I honestly think that part of the challenge we have as mental health services is we are filled with caring, well-meaning people who work hard and are really passionate about what they do. And I suspect a lot of what we do may be things that aren't particularly helpful, not that they're harmful, but if there's ability to sit back and look at what do we do that really matters. I know for me, when I think about rehabilitation services, I think, what are those psychosocial interventions? Your CBT for psychosis, your cognitive remediation therapy, individual placement and support, family education and support. Getting that core stuff right and focusing on the things that we have a reasonable suspicion are going to be effective for most people is critical and key. And I see that a lot because I work in a community early psychosis service, and geez, my case managers, they work so hard. They do so many things, and I think, could we be doing less here and actually having a bigger clinical impact by focusing on working out what is our core business? What are the things that actually are going to have traction in supporting people with the challenges we've got, and working that out and then actually selling those things. I also suspect that the people working in the services will have the really good ideas, and the key is actually getting the data to look at that and see, does it work or not? Good. Thank you. Thank you.
Look, we're just going to, finishing up today, thanks everybody for supporting our sessions. I think great sessions. There's some great questions up there. How do we had it in the previous session, how do we talk to other areas? So please think about coming to other areas to hear what you're going to listen from other people as well. I think we can learn a lot from each other. So, but thanks very much, and we'll start again 12:30 tomorrow? 12:30. Thanks very much.